in the evening here in the Cedar Valley. Welcome back to the freshly rebuilt Maple Lanes. I mentioned this on Friday when we were here, but this center was actually the victim of an arson back in February of 2020. The proprietors here, Kathy and Rich Amy, along with Zach Bashorner and that group, decided that they wanted to rebuild a center right here in the same spot. With the economy and things of today, people just don't rebuild bowling centers. So we're awful lucky here that in August of 2021, they built this brand new state-of-the-art 28-lane center with duck pin and a brand new bar and restaurant connected. It's a beautiful facility, and we were really lucky to have this here in our facility. So I know Rich and Kathy aren't here, but let's give them a quick round of applause for supporting the community, supporting local bowling here for us. So let's go ahead and get started with the awards that we had from yesterday's long pattern. We are going to start with the girls. Again, just like we did yesterday, we're going to take pictures individually and as a group. So as you receive your award, hang tight so we can get pictures done. In third place yesterday with a score of 893, Abigail Starkey. Finishing in second place yesterday on the long with a score of 898, Brooke Salzman. And first place for the ladies yesterday afternoon with a score of 939, Gianna Brandolino. Excellent bowling yesterday, ladies. That pattern yesterday was very demanding, very much so. Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause. Moving on to our U15 boys division, finishing in third place with a score of 893, Will Hudson. Finishing in second place with a score of 950, Anthony Swanson.
Great job, Anthony.
And your leader for the boys, for the U15 boys yesterday with a score of 982 for his second round, or second medal in a row, Joss Weems. Excellent bowling, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Last but not least, our U18 boys with a score of 938, Griffin Jordan. Your second place finisher for the U18 boys with a score of 957, Jacob Bianchi. And the only bowler plus for yesterday afternoon's block with a score of 1063 with a 212 average, Landon Jordan. Excellent bowling yesterday, gentlemen. Give a round of applause. After this morning's round, we will be cutting to the top 4 in all 3 of our divisions for our stepladder finals. Spots we will be paying today. We will be paying 10 spots for the U18 boys, 5 spots for U15 boys, and 5 spots for our girls. And if we do not have a U15 girls in the top 5, we will be paying an additional spot for the U15 girls. We will have an awards presentation following our finals today for all those that cash. We would really like everybody to hang around and stay for the finals. But if you do have to get out of here and you do have an award coming, we would like you to let a member of the tournament staff know. We do want to get your picture so we can archive some of the awards from this weekend's event, since it is our inaugural one. So please let us know if you have an award coming. We also are selling raffle tickets again today. We have a number of prizes courtesy of our sponsors. We have Rotogrip towels and chamois, a signed jersey courtesy of AJ Chapman, a guaranteed rate sweatshirt, a fully customizable jersey courtesy of High Five, and a Rotogrip ball of choice courtesy of France Pro Shop. Competitors, I see a lot of faces here that are not bowling today, and I'm guessing they're the ones that brought you here this weekend. Without the support systems like these, many of you wouldn't have been able to come compete. So let's take a second to, as competitors, thank the people that got you here this weekend. Give them a quick round of applause. We appreciate their support. We are competing on the medium pattern this morning. Our skip pattern is the same. We are skipping 2 pair to the right, bowling on the 3rd. Your names will follow just like yesterday. Be mindful of your fellow competitors. Please make sure we're not in the bowler's area as they are completing their game. Give them the space and time they need to complete. We will get practice started at 7:45.
But then we had a tournament close to home.
Right.
I got the last 300 shot. He's literally standing in front of the left governor. He's throwing it across 21.
The same one we did last year.
Right. Well, didn't we see the one
It'd be almost 40.
It was in
40, 21, 10 was
September.
because
and he's thrown it.
Maybe it was in October last year that we had it here, but
And he's still getting it back to the
we
pocket.
did the Saturday one
Shot
over
300,
at,
800.
they did their junior gold one that they started.
yeah, over there, and then we came here
Brags
and
about all
Sunday.
the 800s he had.
And
You know what?
because they don't start their romance until this month,
October.
October. So
And they only did 3 of them last year. Now they're doing 5 of them. Which is good. They're building it up.
touching it.
Oh, that's awesome. We got one more to go. Yeah, there's a lot of going too. Oh, yeah.
That's my favorite.
Yeah, she's got a good one. Yeah, she's got a great game. She just yeah. Let's get her doing something.
Easy. See me wearing sunglasses.
Oh, there it is. That's one of the other side of all. The big kid in blue.
Right to you at the time. Lay a towel down. Put your feet down on it. Right at the towel.
All right, it's 7:45. Let's start our practice session for 15 minutes.
Wow, what are you doing?
You just need to sort of, yeah, I mean, it helps. He didn't turn out at all. They've almost got a different mindset. They're more good for the college team than they are getting them up to high school.
We still have a pair of left-handed Dexter size 8 that were left at Cadillac yesterday. If you're missing those shoes, they're up here by the front desk.
set to the first frame. 23 and 24, you will have 2 more minutes of additional practice. Everyone else, please go ahead and begin your tournament competition. Good luck and good bowling.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bright and early. Here from the wonderful Maple Lanes. Knock, knock, just making sure this thing is on. Great facility, great venue. And could think of a better place, certainly on a Sunday morning, that you'd rather be, and especially these young athletes. Nice job by Tyler Paulus. The hard way, picking up the 310. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Welcome to round 3 of the Midwest Youth main event, right here on Bowlstream TV. Today's pattern, medium length, 42 feet to be specific. We'll throw the pattern on the screen as we have throughout the broadcasts, I should say. This tournament started yesterday morning at 9 a.m. Central Time. 5 games on a 33-foot short pattern, or 33 feet short pattern, excuse me. We had 5 games there, 5 additional games yesterday afternoon on a 50-foot long pattern. And now we will finish qualifying with 5 games, again, on a 42-foot medium length condition. Yesterday's competition was held at Cadillac Lanes, just down the road. And of course, today again, Maple Lanes. You see the wonderful masking units, which I was told all of the masking units here, 1 through 28 lanes in the venue, represent something unique and specific about the surrounding areas here. In Waterloo, Micah Jensen, Bryce Bergman, Tyler Paulus, Marissa Mose, Chris Fordyce, and Caitlin Valentine here on 9 and 10. And then next door on 11 and 12, Jackson Satterley, Alan Stauffer, Alex Palm, this is Alan here sporting the Midwest Youth official jersey, the Midwest Youth main event, courtesy of High Five Gear. Big thanks to the sponsors, Roto Grip. High Five Gear, guaranteed rates, Brandon Steen, who will join me, he or Matthew McConaughey. And not the one who does Lincoln commercials. Will join me to talk about this tournament, how it came about, why it came about. So we will discuss that. We've got some pretty significant races here in our respective divisions. We'll talk about scoring here in just a minute. We'll drop a link for you. Bowlmetrics.com is the place for scores. But in I think all three divisions, there might be about 100 pins or so that separate 8th from 4th. And the top 4 will advance in each division to this afternoon's stepladder finals. So the very important 5-game block here, and the cut day, as we like to call it, or the cut game in this case, which will be game 5 this afternoon or this morning, will be vital for many, many players. I think we'll have several in the mix to try to make a run to the stepladder finals. $1,000 scholarships are on the line here for the winners tonight or this afternoon. Championship belts, of course, also courtesy of the Youth Bowling Scholarship Foundation. The Greater Cedar Valley USBC Association. Quality shot there by Marissa Mose. Just leaving the 7-pin. We'll check in on 5 through 8 also. And see what the happenings are just next door. Speaking of next door, Skylar Vaughn with a nice shot there. His first strike. Abigail Starkey on that pair along with Anthony Swanson. Speaking of 7 and 8 specifically. Keegan Steingrab over on 13 and 14. He had the front 8 in the final game on the long pattern yesterday afternoon. He is over on 13 and 14 again to start this morning. Let's talk about some standings while we have a moment. U15 boys. Joss Weems leading the way at -38. Anthony Swanson second at -73. Tyler Paulus is third at -237. Karsten Guess is fourth at -307. And then it's a pretty tight race for, again, the final spot, which is fourth here. Rush Steen, 30 pins back at the moment, fifth. Will Hudson is 34 pins back. Micah Jensen and Zane Shaughnessy all with good chances with some good blocks here to make a run. No love on the 9s. Pretty quality shot. I got to give a shout out here to Chris Fordyce. I came out last night after eating dinner with the staff just to run a little bit of Ethernet and try to take some of the time off of my setup this morning here at Maple. And there behind the counter is Chris Fordyce working. He bowled yesterday. 2 squats, 5 games each. Then he came to work here at Maple Lanes. Now he got off at a reasonable hour so you can get some rest. But I was shocked to see him. And then this morning, I see Matthew Edler behind the counter as well. He was not working. But, you know, he was handling business and taking care of his equipment. I'm like, well, he's the only one who's behind the counter doing it, so he's got to work here. And he said he does. That's pretty cool. Pretty impressive. Shout out to both Chris and Matthew for what they do here at Maple Lanes. All right, continuing on with scores. Let's check in on the U18 boys division. And for U18 boys, Dawson Peterson right now at plus 58. Had himself a very good day on the short. Didn't give too many back. Good shot there by Micah Jensen. Didn't give too many back on the long pattern. He is first again in the U18 boys at plus 58. Lucas Hersrud second at minus 47. Landon Jordan, who led the long pattern in this division. In fact, he was the only player to go plus on the long pattern yesterday afternoon. He is third at minus 59. Ethan Caruso is fourth. High school state champion in Illinois. Junior Team USA developmental team member. Of course, Landon is the back-to-back U15 boys junior gold champion. He has aged out of that division and now in U18. But just behind fourth is fifth is Griffin Jordan, Landon's brother, now at minus 74. Zach Andreessen at minus 127. Then it gets a little iffy when you get to seventh and eighth, but still an opportunity to make runs here. Cooper Daniels at minus 204. Joseph Woods, Wiesman at minus 220. And in U18 girls, Abby Starkey leading the way overall at minus 161. Brooke Salzman second at minus 202. Rachel Moore is third at minus 231. Kira Maxim fourth at minus 252. Gianna Brandolino, who had the high total in the girls division on the long pattern yesterday after struggling on short, puts herself right back in the competition. She's in fifth now at minus 270. Victoria White, the smooth two-handed righty, she is sixth at minus 328. Millie Kringle seventh at minus 339, and followed by Marissa Mose, who we're watching now, eighth at minus 348. Molly Bramble, Ainsley McConaughey. Honestly, you never know. We'll know, I think, or have a better idea. Nicely done there. 2.4810 conversion. Tony is up and at him. I tell you, I had to get a little coffee this morning. There was just no denying it today. I appreciate the staff. Shout out to Kayla, who got up early to ensure that myself and Matthew ended up coming in. Our guy Matthew on staff here, or part of the Midwest Youth Main Event tournament staff. He was here at 5:30. I was here at 5:30. Kayla beat us all here, of course. I appreciate her. Oh, nicely done here in front of us. Marissa Mose remaining clean, picking up a washout. Tony, it's going to be exciting, as it always is when we get to the final round of any qualifying. But because the scores are relatively close for the final spots, you just don't know. As Keaton coming out firing. I talked about his game yesterday, and he's got 5 of 6 on 11 and 12 to start. The front three there for Micah to start. Open in the fourth. Now a 10-pin to deal with. Another individual, young Micah, who thanked me for being here. I'm only mentioning that because, you know, young athletes, they don't have to do that, but they recognize, along with the tournament staff, you know, some of the work and what it means to be able to produce and, you know, stream, put on tournaments, etc. And I always appreciate it from anyone, but especially from youth players. Emily Kringle. Let's see where Emily is in the standings. Again, there's plenty of opportunity to make runs across the board. Right now, she is 87 pins back together. Looks like I do see a front. Folks, please refresh if I saw a connectivity hiccup. I do hope that's not a consistent item that occurs today. All right. Sorry about that. Lost my train of thought. He did open in the 7th. He split in the 7th, 9 spare in the 9th. Oh, sorry, in the 8th. Oh, nicely done there by Micah. That one a little wide there from Keaton. Kringle trying to get back on it. That's a little wide as well. That's what I was going to do. I was going to show the pattern. All right, Tyler Paulus ecstatically trips a 4. Boy, Abby Starkey just right down Main Street. Playing them pretty straight, and in fact, kind of going right to left. Looked like she was about 8 or 9. Kira Maxson with a good shot over on lane 7. Lucas Hersrud had the front 5, went 8-1 in the 6th. He's on 5 and 6. We'll take a look at that one in a minute. Players are still skipping 2 pairs of lanes, so we're going to see Lucas here on excuse me, 9. No, he'll be on 11 and 12. Excuse me. And he has 5 out of 6, or 6 out of 7 now. In game 2, we will have either Matthew McConaughey or Brandon Steen of guaranteed rate. 7-pin made for Micah Jensen. You know, one of the cool things about watching great youth tournaments, really in youth players in general, is the as they kind of interact with one another. You know, you see them during competition, still, you know, talking and collaborating. After competition, of course, maybe you'll see them at dinner with their parents. But, you know, the parents and the athletes are, you know, sometimes travel together. So there's a large group at varying places. Shout out to the other place, too, by the way. And that's the name of the restaurant. Fantastic pizza. I would recommend you check that out. Went to the location on Ridgeway last night. But right now, this trio of Anthony Swanson, Micah Jensen, and Tyler Paulus, they're just to my left. But they are intently focused, but also like having fun, talking to each other still. Tough frame there for Chris. Keaton cannot get the 7 to fall. Bryce got that one right a little bit early too. Well, there's a few strikes being thrown on 5 and 6. Anthony Swanson's going to be in the 2 teams. We can get a quick look at 5, 6, 7, and 8. We'll look at Abby Starkey there. That was her fill shot. There's Anthony Swanson, the right of your screen. That's 212 for Swanson. Keaton did finish at 200 even, 155 for Emily. There's Hersrud on the left of your screen. This is Skylar Vaughn working on a double and a 7-pin. Skylar Vaughn can strike next door to get to 200 even. Riley Schillinger makes a spare. She can get to 156. Allen here has been dealing with some splits this game. Vaughn does strike. Paulus looking for 3 in a row. Good shot. I remember watching practice from this session on Friday afternoon. And I remember watching Tyler, and he was playing them fairly straight, just like he is now, not really giving away the head pin much. And so far, it does seem like if you can kind of keep it online, which is always the battle. Again, Bowl Metrics is the place for scores. Let's see, if you haven't seen that, let me get you a link. You can check, of course, 10 game totals to this point. You can also see individual 5-game totals. You can search based on a round. You can see how players did in individual performances, again, on short and on long. Big opportunity here for Micah. Peel. Bang. He said he thought it was going to be a 9-pin. Micah is in 7th place currently. Just 47 pins behind Karsten Guess. Again, in U15 boys, top 4 move on in each division. This one to get him in the 230, so that's got a hook. And it does. Great game to start for Micah. And boy, I mean, if he's got 230 look on the fresh, and through both blocks yesterday, and despite we were at a different center, we were at Cadillac lanes yesterday, but we didn't really see a ton of breakdown. And I think the 5-game blocks play a little bit of role into that. I don't see a lot of surface on this 42-footer either. And it looks like he's got plenty of room left, actually, to miss. And if you give any player miss room, probably going to be a good day. Paulus, another one. Cue up DJ Khaled. That is a 4-bagger. This one to potentially get him in the 220s. He's already in the 2 teens. That one's left. Nonetheless, a very good start. Spare to give him 210 exactly. Quick look at Jace. We had some folks asking about Jace yesterday. And there is Jace. He's going to be off to a good start. He's going to be in the 2.0s. The spare would give him 209. I thought Chris was going to give a run at that spare, or that split rather. Tyler misses that spare, unfortunately. That's Kira Maxim. She was looking for the second shot, or second strike, excuse me, in the 10th frame. Spare to get her to 182. And we'll see Hersrud finish out his game. .208 and for Tyler Paulus. We're moving. It's game 2 coming up next, but this is the end of game 1. Here on 5 and 6 with Melanie Burrish. She's working on a double. Can get to 199 with 3 in the 10th. And Lucas Hersrud. It was fun watching him yesterday on the short, man. He and Dawson Peterson was somehow making it look what was extremely difficult decently easy. There's another one. Bowling looks like it just comes natural for Lucas. From Glendon, Minnesota, a senior, enjoys bowling and golfing. Was out of Sunset Lanes in Moorhead, Minnesota. 6,300 games, high series of 803. We'll see Lucas coming up next. Bang. That is high quality early.
Whenever you're at a good spot, I can join you. He just shot a $149, so I'm not helping there.
Lucas is going to be in the 240s. And momentarily we will be joined by Guaranteed Rates Brandon Steen. We'll talk about his involvement in the tournament, how it happened, guaranteed rate, and all of the above. 173 for Melanie. Hersrud with 1 to go. And if the Hersrud family is watching, I heard a nice compliment yesterday on my behalf. Thank you. Made sure we got the correct pronunciation today, because we're going to be saying Lucas's name a lot today, I think. So you make sure you get that one right. 243 for Lucas to start. And that is the end of game number 1, folks. So as we head to game 2, looks like our players have made the move. The majority of them, 5 and 6, obviously will now move over to 11 and 12. Looks like we got Ivan Christensen's going to join us. Karsten Guess is going to be nearby. Christian Peterson is going to be nearby. All right. We are underway with game 2 on 9 and 10. 7 and 8 is underway, and then we'll have 11 and 12 in just a second. That actually gives us more time to talk with one of the individuals. I guess I can't say he is the individual, but he'll tell us whether he was the individual. But one of the individuals responsible for the creation of this event, the Midwest Youth Main Event. and he is Brandon Steen. I like to call him Coach Steen because he is a coach, and courtesy also of Guaranteed Rate. Coach, first and foremost, how you doing? I know it's early, but I know you are certainly enjoying watching all of this unfold.
Absolutely, thank you. Doing well. Had my Dunkin' Donuts coffee first thing, so we're good to go there. It's been a lot of fun watching yesterday and today, and just how the different patterns play out and how the different players play those patterns, and lots of talent here. So it's fun to watch. We've got some fun ones just in the few lanes in front of us.
I have to imagine that when you first came up with the concept, you and the staff, you envisioned a field like this one that is, full of great youth players from across the country, neighboring states. Obviously, you and Rush and the family travel often, so you get a chance to see and compete against players outside of your region, and that makes sense. And many of those players have kind of showed up to your tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's when we first sat down and talked about this. When we were looking at the type of field that we wanted, it's exactly what you just said, a combination of those players that we see, week to week when we go around traveling everywhere. And we really wanted our local bowlers and our statewide bowlers to see what's actually out there. So we were hoping that, with the benefit of getting the Roto Grip gem and being kind of in their backyard, that we would get a good traction from those types of bowlers as well. And it's been really good. The patterns have been very difficult, and a lot of these bowlers haven't seen, that type of lane play before, so it's been a good experience for them. But I think that this gives them an opportunity to not only bowl on those patterns, but see how the experience, I call them veterans, even at this young age, they bowl on all the time, how they play those lanes and how they compose themselves in these situations. So it's been really good.
What's it like to be able to try, I should say, to try and balance, obviously, watching your son Rush bowl, and of course, if issues come up, which doesn't sound like there's been very many, but from a tournament perspective, because I know tournament directors are already busy, and then, you're trying to make sure you keep an eye on your own athlete as well.
It is a challenge, and fortunately, Rush and I are at that position where, we've established a certain amount of trust, and we're trying to kind of free the reins a little bit, so he has a chance to learn how to navigate on his own. And we'll still talk about ball changes and lane play and stuff together, but he's trying to not just be a good listener anymore, but trying to actually learn and get some feel for what's going on. So that's really helped. The other thing is we have an extremely good team here, so I always know somebody is watching. So it's been really good, and it's let me relax a little bit. Plus all the people here, the parents here, they they're used to this, and like you said, we've had very, very few complications. When we've had them, they've been handled instantly, so it's been good. Yeah.
So how did it start? The creation, like who came up with the idea, and then the process of getting it to come to fruition?
All right. I'm going to go backwards a little bit, even before this actual event. So YBSF in general, the Youth Bowling Scholarship Foundation, that was kind of birthed a few years back. I read an article that Jeff Rickles had posted on Facebook about a youth program in the Madison area that was paying out like upwards of $25,000 a season just to their youth bowlers.
Wow.
For competing, in just league activities, nothing necessarily outside of their association, just their league, city tournaments, that type of thing. And they were building on that to grow their youth program and be able to show the community, hey, yeah, this might not be football, basketball, whatever, but we're giving your kids the opportunities to raise money for college, along with having a great time and build relationships. So I read that, and kind of on a whim, I reached out to John and Cher Brunig up there and just said, hey, would you mind sharing how you kind of came up with this concept? And they, of course, called me back and said, hey, we'd love to just get up here and we'll tell you everything we can. So Angie Erickson and I hopped in my car and we drove up to Madison, spent the day with John and Cher, and it was awesome. Really, it lit a fire on how we could incorporate that concept back in our area. So we came back. We had a 3-hour car ride on the way home, kind of talked about how we wanted to get this started. Came back, formed a committee, and it's really just kind of taken off from there. The committee members that we've had have been fantastic. It's a lot of work to start something like that and keep the vision at the same time when it's building. We've been fortunate enough to where everyone's been on board with it. Our first year after we got it kind of off the ground a little bit, we were able to pay all of our senior and high school students in our youth program $100 each. Second year was last year, and we paid out over $12,000 to our youth program in general. And so when that happens, now all of a sudden the light bulb goes off for everybody, and they're like, well, we didn't even have to really do anything other than just show up and bowl. There's different awards for, pins over average, attendance, competing in our local stuff. It's just a lot of stuff to keep the kids involved and engaged. And, they get that few $100 or more at the end of the season, and it's pretty exciting. So that's how our Youth Bowling Scholarship Foundation started. And then from there, we wanted to branch out into how we can grow the bowling portion of that outside of just league. So we started our Junior Gold Series tournament last year, and had to form a committee for that. But same core group of people. Those went really well. And then last February, I was just kind of laying in bed thinking about a tournament idea that was a combination of the things that we go bowl, month to month, and how to bring that here, and would people come. So I got a hold of the people in our committee, Matthew and Angie and Ann and Josh, and just said, hey, what do you think of this? And we sat at the other place where we went and ate last night for 3 hours or so and just talked. I just had chicken scratch down on paper and then talked through an idea. And then by the time we were done, it was, let's go, so that was like last February. And then we'd meet every couple of weeks. Everyone kind of had their own specialty on what they can bring to the table for the event, between promotion and organization, and just everyone has their own talent. So it worked out really well, and man, final result for our first year, I couldn't be more happy. I mean, it doesn't happen without everybody here. I mean, and people like yourself, Roto Grip. I mean, just everybody just got it and just had a piece, and this is where we're at. So
that is it's a nice story. Fun fact. I got a chance to meet John and Cher.
Oh.
I bowled collegiately with their son Bo.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
At Lindenwood.
Nice.
And now, and I learned last year, or maybe earlier this year, that Bo actually lives probably 25 minutes from me now.
Oh, no kidding.
In Illinois. And so I didn't even know he was back in the area. I thought he was still in Wisconsin. But yeah, and I got the chance to see them again at the Wisconsin State High School tournament, which they have done a phenomenal job with the Sun Prairie teams and the program there. And I got a chance to stream that, of course, on Bowl Stream TV. That's pretty cool. And obviously, when you read that and I hear those names, I instantly went, well, that's a great blueprint, because they know tons and have literally built
Yeah.
great things in that area.
Such neat people too. I mean, like they couldn't have been nicer to us. Couldn't have had better people to just really open up and share their passion for the youth bowling. And we were just so excited, once we left there. And they've been open to, if we've had questions along the way about, just different fundraising ideas, etc. And it's been a really good experience. So, and I just see this growing too. I don't see it slowing down. The more success we have, the more businesses want to get involved with, getting behind, helping the kids in the community. So it's really looking forward to watching it grow.
In front of us, we've got Tyler Reeves. We've got Byron Christensen. We've got Joseph Woods Wiseman, Brady Steer, and Victoria White on 9 and 10. And then next door, this is Lucas Hersrud. He just shot 240 plus, and already with the front three.
Lucas is so good.
He's you just kind of start counting the games down for Lucas at this point. It's a matter of, okay, what seed is he going to be
Right.
For the stepladder finals? He's on the pair with Jace. I gotta check. Is it Pint? Is it Jace Pint?
Jace
or
Pint,
Pint?
yep.
Okay. Jace Pint, Kira Maxim, who is about to step up on 12 here in just a second. Melanie Burrish, Matthew Edler, and Benjamin Gear.
So just a little bit about some of the bowlers in front of us. Tyler Reeves is one of our Greater Cedar Valley youth bowlers. Tyler has come a long way here in the last couple years. Matter of fact, the first time that I think I worked with Tyler, he finished off his right foot and threw a little bit of a backup ball. So in a short couple years, Tyler has come, man, just a long way. Great kid, real hungry to learn and get better. Victoria is so nice.
Had you seen her prior to this tournament?
I'll tell you how she ended up here. I was watching some PBA junior results.
Okay.
And I saw some clips. I'm like, man, I have got to reach out and see if she would come up here. Smooth, two-handed female, good. And instantly, like, just the nicest girl in the world. Got in touch with her dad, Roy, started talking, and just, I'm so glad they came. Like, and she's the kind, like, Angie met her Friday night late, and within 2 minutes, Victoria had given Angie a hug, and she's high-fived me several times, and they're just super nice people. But that's how they ended up here.
Awesome.
I don't want to say I was Facebook stalking, but I was just watching another event, and I got to reach out. So
I really enjoyed how, and I'll get you back to talking about some of the local players, but I really enjoyed how you kind of highlighted some of the athletes as they kind of signed on to bowl the tournament. Yeah. I thought that really gave it a star-studded type of feel, if that makes sense, right?
Absolutely. That was the goal. That was the goal. And those kids, they work so hard at their craft. And any chance we get to, give them just a little bit more exposure and show the other kids, hey, if you put in the time and the effort and the work that these other kids are doing, this is what is out there in this game, in this sport. And that's kind of what we were after when we started doing that. And we got plenty of those here. I mean, and we certainly could have put more, but we kind of tried to use just the main staple events that people would know and be aware of to use as a starting point for accomplishments, and didn't have to go too far to find a good solid list of those players here. So, good shot by Tyler. So a couple other people here out in front of us. Brady Steer, Brady's a senior this year in high school. He bowls on my high school team that I coach at Waterloo West. And his dad, Josh, obviously you've met in the last couple days. Yep. He's on our YBSF committee and our main event committee. Pair next to us, you talked about Lucas already a little bit. Benjamin Gear sitting next to Brady right now. He's also on our high school team.
Please give more Lucas info if you have it.
Lucas, so I met him and his parents. We went and bowled a, what was it called? Border Bash tournament that they put up in the Sioux Falls area.
Okay.
And obviously, Lucas did really, really well there. His parents are accomplished players as well and super nice. Seen them at several other events since. And Lucas is now a senior. He's from Minnesota, exploring some different college options. And wherever he lands, that team's going to be fortunate to have him. But I know they made a couple visits on the way here on Friday. But super good, really nice people. And that's the cool thing about, it's not just the kids that are building relationships, which they are obviously, and that's really neat. But as parents and spectators, we get to do that as well. And so many of my friends are just from people we meet going week to week at these different.
Yeah, I got to tell you, Friday night was just such a different vibe for me. I'm so used to just, I just come in, do the job. Normally, I don't even have the time to even think about having dinner with other people, right?
Yeah.
It's typically get what I can get done, grab whatever I can grab, and then I'm in the hotel to sleep because I won't probably sleep for the rest of the weekend. So
I've seen how that works. Yeah.
So to have actually dinner twice, I mean, it's such a rarity for me. But then really to see the parents hang out together, and I know that happens all the time.
Sure.
I go back to my own youth days and think about some of the travel.
Yeah, it's awesome, and those are all those parents that we ate with on Friday night. They're all Rush's little friends that he's met at these different tournaments, and then the parents meet, and then heck, we look forward to it as much as the kids do. It's just awesome people. I can't even express how awesome these people are.
Well, Coach, I'm going to have you put your coach hat on.
Okay.
Here, let's do a little tech talk, if you will.
Yeah.
And I hadn't talked in-depthly about the pattern yet because I knew you were going to join me.
Yeah.
So after Brady's shot here, I'll throw the pattern on the left side of your screen. Come on, a little carry on the 8-pin there. All right, so the pattern is going to appear, folks, on the left side of your screen. Today's medium pattern, 42 feet with 29.08 mils. The most favorable ratio of the three patterns at 2.39. But what stands out in this pattern for you?
So what we kind of thought about when we used this pattern was we wanted our final pattern. It's far from soft. I mean, it's 2.39 is still very difficult. But we wanted to be able to have the players have a few different options to attack it. The short, we wanted to play short. The long, we wanted to play long. I think we accomplished both of those. And then this one, we wanted a little bit more, to have a few more options. And what I've seen just so far, it looks like as long as you aren't overly fast with your speed, you can get that ball motion to happen in a couple different areas of the lane. So, but I think it's playing out exactly how we figured this would be the highest scoring of the three. And we'll see, sometimes on those medium patterns when you give options, the first couple games are okay, and then you start moving around and you start running into other people that played them different, and they get a little squirrely. So we'll see how this plays out. But we expected when we drew this up to be the highest of the three.
Well, I also think it's, maybe by design, maybe not, but typically, in my experience, when you got maybe three patterns or multiple days of qualifying, that final day, you kind of get a chance to maybe make a run.
Yes. Yep.
And the pattern kind of allows you to do that. You still obviously got to handle business, but it's not quite, as you said, it's not, it's still not easy.
Right. Yeah.
But it's not what we watched yesterday either.
Correct.
From the, you get a chance to maybe play your A game, if you will.
Yep.
On this.
And we also wanted enough volume on this pattern to, we're not re-oiling, before the finals, the step ladder. So we wanted to make sure that at least we would hope that there's enough to hold through that.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I would say so far so good.
Yeah. Yeah.
So far so good here for Brady Steer 2, as well as Victoria White and Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know Joe all that well. The other one we didn't mention on 11 and 12 was Kira. Obviously, she's a superstar. I think you did mention her, but from Nebraska, she's just another one that's just so accomplished at such a young age already.
Yeah, I remember seeing, I told this to, I think, Jake Bedar yesterday when he joined me. We were talking about her game, and she's very aggressive at the line, which you don't see a lot often. And, deceleration is something that was always kind of instilled in me because I was bad at decelerating as a youth player. I still am. Don't decelerate. And so I watch her bowl, and she is continuing still. Yeah. And I talked about Shannon O'Keefe, and I merged those stories because I met her and her parents several years back. They came to a PWBA event. Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln hosts PWBA often.
Sure.
She bowled a couple of pro-ams a couple years, and so you're getting a chance to see her. And then now she's now obviously like her own player at this point, right? And watching kind of the evolution of her game is really cool. But I look at kind of how she finishes, and I look at someone like Shannon O'Keefe who continues to drive through as well. I'm like, she's been watching, but I imagine she's been watching a lot of the right players as she develops her game.
Speaking of awesome parents, her parents are just awesome as well.
The one thing, and you got a good snippet of it right there on that shot from Victoria. You can play multiple angles, but your misses can still be detrimental, right? You don't have, free hook, if you will.
The only thing I can see that's helping with just a little bit of misroom is the ones that are too steep to the front. It's not coming back. We definitely didn't want them easy. When I said easier, it's still not going to be easy.
Joseph Woods Wiseman finishes strong here, 234.
Wow. Big one.
That's, let's see, hers root shot 240 plus. There was another 230. Actually, Micah Jensen shot 230 plus on this pair in game one.
Okay.
Brady, hook. Another good example of that, too, what we just talked about.
Just leaked right just a little bit, and she just wants to hang. It'll be interesting to see what that hang spot looks like in a couple games from now. If that's still a hang spot, or if it could be worse, or it might be gone.
Right, it could be the bounce at that point.
Yeah.
I know Tyler, his score does not reflect how good he threw the ball this game.
Right.
They had a couple in the channel, unfortunately, but he was actually showing another way to play the lanes. There's a way to play him 6, 7, 8 if you're going straight up the lane.
Yeah.
I saw Abby Starkey doing it. She was kind of going right to left a little bit on 7 and 8 earlier.
She's so good at that angle, trapping it a little bit like that. When we were down, we started down on 23 and 24, and the people that were hitting them probably the best down there were way out. So, and I say way out, but 8 and out. And getting the ball going forward early and not a whole lot of left to right.
Let's take a quick look at 7 and 8. See 5 and 6. Also ongoing. 5 got a later start. 7 and 8 in the 10th frame. Zach
And then-
Andreessen was hoping for some carry there, and he didn't get it on that first shot.
Yeah, I think that's a name that the current leaders probably don't want to see gain a lot of traction today.
Zach?
Yeah, he's so good.
Yeah, he was. Let me just go to bowl metrics. I know there's probably a game in at this point. Yeah, he was like just outside the top 4 when we entered.
Yeah.
You know, last night we were discussing almost every division. I think all of them within 100 pins of like 4th through 8th, or maybe even 10th in some situations.
Yeah.
And Zach now at minus 101 through a game already this morning. 4th is now minus 34. And I think that is still Ethan Caruso. That's U18 boys. Again, Dawson Peterson at plus 93. Lucas Hersrud is at minus 4 currently, and he's going to be moving into the plus category here pretty soon once this game is complete,
Yes,
I imagine.
he is.
Alyssa Cash finishing things out. Christian Peterson here in the 10th as well. Andreessen does get to 213.
Now this is neat for me to see. So like Melanie Burrish on 12. This is the first time she's ever bowled a sport shot tournament. She's down from the Cedar Rapids area. So I think she's had a good time, and it just takes just that 1 or 2 times of getting a little taste and seeing, you know, your friends out here doing it to light a fire that can last a long, long time. You know, along with that, you and I were talking on Friday during the practice session about thoughts regarding maybe having like JJ or a pro talk about the patterns. Sure. You know, and then I went down and at the check-in table, and I saw Jake Bedard, our local Rotogrip staff player, and I thought, well, maybe Jake could just have a 5-minute conversation with the new people and just give them thoughts on how to play patterns in general. Nobody came up voluntarily. You know, they're probably nervous.
Right.
So Jake just went down and spent 2 hours going through the lanes with.
Did he really?
With
How
the
about
kids.
that?
He was there the full 2 hours.
That's nice.
And he had a whole handful of kids helping them with surface adjustments, just showing them different things. And it just, you know, you take the right kid and you get someone that shows a little interest in them. That stuff goes a long way.
It does. Similar story, but just from a coach ball driller perspective. My coach, who I don't get this chance to see as much from the bowling perspective, but now I see him everywhere. Will Clark, who has coached a lot of the youth players and still does. I met him just by chance at a local pro shop where I bowled my high school matches, and just went in to get a thumb hole opened up. And, you know, I thought he was going to charge me for it, right? I'm 15.
Yeah, right.
You know, he didn't charge it, which I thought was just the greatest thing in the world, right? And he didn't charge me. And so, of course, I was still bowling there. And then I would just kind of periodically come back into the pro shop and just kind of ask a question or two. He would always answer it. And I just kept coming back. And he he never told me no. He always provided info. And then it just became, all right, he's coach now.
Right.
And he's been the coach ever since, and a friend at this point.
That's how it happens. It just takes 1 or 2 little things, and all of a sudden a relationship's built, and boom. That's awesome story.
Keep an eye on Hersrud. 5 and 6 are still ongoing. We'll take you back there in a little bit also. As this round of this medium pattern continues, the games continue to develop. Speaking of games developing, Phil, I want to hear a little bit about Rush's game. Like, when did you know that Rush, you know, showed that interest? Like, hey, you know, he may really want to kind of pursue this.
Pretty early. We got him. Obviously, I'm in a bowling center a lot,
right.
So I think we had film of him bowling at age 3 for the first time.
Nice.
And he picked it up pretty quick, and he wanted to come down, you know, at an early age. We got him into bumper league at age 4. Did a year of that, maybe a year and a half of that.
Goodness, Lucas.
Yeah, just silly.
Man.
And then the next year we took him off the bumpers. His first game ever without bumpers was a 0. So that was a little interesting to handle. But he went like from 0 to 70 the next game.
I was saying he came back.
Yep.
He stuck with it.
So, and he just, it was a new way for him to meet friends, and he picked it up pretty early. Enjoyed doing the drills at home and just learning different things about it, and it's been a really great experience for me as a dad and coach. And then now we're at the point where we've got some other thoughts for the coaching side of it as well. So at some point you got to do that.
Right.
But no, he took it on pretty early, had success early.
Saw the Edler strike in the 9th frame. I talked about Matt earlier. He too working here at Maple.
Yep.
Giving him and Chris a shout out.
As we're transitioning into game 3, please hold up and don't start it. Taking you to the wrong paragraph and issue of the scoring system. Do not start game 3, please.
All right, don't start game 3.
It's going to take us a little bit to get things ironed out here, but we will, so please be patient with us. We appreciate it.
Hopefully that's a quick fix like anything else has been.
My experience watching tournaments, you just hope that you've built up enough good grace, right?
Yeah, right.
That, and some things sometimes it's just out of your control. Obviously, you don't anticipate it. And most people are understanding.
Right.
Sometimes, you'll get 1 or 2 that aren't, and they'll let you know.
So I'm really curious, when we were down on the far end, just talking about Rush for a second, he had a good look at practice with his purple hammer. He had also a good look with his infinite physics and decided to go with that. It was great for the first half, then got really squirrely the second half. Jeez.
I don't think he liked it either.
I know. I wish I could throw it that bad and not like it.
I think he was like, maybe I missed 1 right or 2 right. And no, don't worry, Lucas. It's okay.
Right, you're good. You're good. Rush's plan was to come back to the purple hammer down, moving to this end. I don't know what he did, or I could see him throwing the purple hammer. I had no idea how he was doing, but hopefully. New kids that are starting, bowling one-handed, two-handed, do you have a preference? Do you think one way is better or another?
That's a good question. I've been, I've had a conversation like this in the past, and it was recommended. Just if I have young kids, so if they want to bowl, if we get them into it within the game, I would probably lean toward letting them do whatever feels comfortable.
Yeah.
I'd probably say, hey, you can try it this way and you can try it that way. You
Sure.
choose which one you think's cooler, whatever, and
Right.
see how it goes. But it'd be, I don't think you'd be thinking it properly. Just in the way of the way the game is being played currently and how it's going to be played as we continue on. It's hard to, you watch somebody like Lucas Hersrud, like, I think he's doing it pretty well. So, but you also could watch Will Hudson. You could watch Matthew Edler. You could watch Rush Steen. I think the coolest thing is watching the Jordans, right?
I was just going to say that, yeah. You get the perfect example of both, and they're both so good.
They are exceptional, and they both do it differently, right? I don't know, and I'd like to ask, maybe I should ask Tony and Christina that story on how they, gravitated toward their respective styles. But, my boys aren't twins, but they're 16 months apart, and I could easily see a situation like that. One might be left-handed, so.
Oh, there you go.
So, and if he's left-handed, then I might go, pushing him towards one way or another, which would probably just be baseball at that point.
I can't believe I didn't make Rush be a left-hander. What I ended up doing with him, so he's 13 now. And then, like I said, he started in his 3 to 4.
Sure.
So 9-10 years ago, the two-handed phenomenon wasn't quite what it is now. But even then, I let him try both. He couldn't hook it two-handed. It just was all end over end. and he could hook it naturally one-handed. So that's the way he went. I didn't
That makes
force
sense, too.
It's just the way he went. And now that he's older and stronger, he'll mess around out here two-handed. He's like, why I'm not bowling two-handed?
Don't be surprised if one day.
Right? You see it. So.
Obviously some people pick that style up quicker, faster than others.
Yeah.
I had a college teammate who would just kind of mess around with it, after practice. And he's gotten pretty good at it to the point where it's kind of a useful tool in his bag if he feels like he needs more hook. He's bowling on something long or whatever it is. He needs to get in the fifth arrow.
Matt Farber's changing.
Is he really?
Yeah, we were at a clinic this summer, and he's bowling two-handed. I'm like, is this a permanent thing, or is this you just mess around?
That's really a good point, actually, because I remember, I don't know when, but I randomly saw him just messing around. And he was really good at it.
Yeah, super smooth at it. He's like, I needed the ball speed and the rev rate, and I'm like, okay. I mean, so you're talking about a Team USA kid that.
There's another Hersrud. That puts him in the 260s here at Maxim.
If he can play out, it's almost like. I mean, there's several kids here that are really good at playing out. That is his A game from anything I've ever seen.
Really good ball change for Kira Maxim. It was the fill on the right opportunity.
Yeah. Great game.
She got one going right, and she got a good 6 and was able to make a makeable 6 count. Hersrud, one more to be in the 270s. Get out of there.
So a good group of kids that he's kind of down here with. So you got Lucas, Zach Andreessen, who we talked about a little bit, Brooks Salzman, Dawson Peterson, Trey Herschenmeyer. So it's just, and the majority of them are two-handed, except for Dawson and Brooks.
Sure. Lucas, SYC U15 champion in Wichita. He's got 2 MJBT titles. He's got 279 here at the Midwest Youth Main Event on Sunday morning at Maple Lanes. Finished 5th this year, at Junior Gold. He's got a nice list of accomplishments, and he's looking to add one more to his resume this weekend. And another shout out to Melanie Burrish too. That's a pretty cool story.
Yeah. Yep.
I was telling either Jake or Andy yesterday, but it ranks very high on my list when you see players, whether even they're youth or adult, kind of make the jump and bowl, kind of a higher level tournament or any tournament, honestly, especially depending on their experience level, because it takes a lot.
Right.
To kind of jump in the pool.
Yep. There's another one right here. So Rush is talking to Davin Smith over here. That's one of his Saturday morning teammates. Davin's dad is a doubles partner of mine, Eric. Very good bowler and very good golfer. But Davin's a super good kid, another great family, and just kind of trying to move the envelope a little bit at a time. And he knows this is his first one like this, so he knows this is going to be a challenge. And he's not in bowling mode yet. He's playing football, so he's got football practice every day. But another case where you get that gem with the entry.
Right.
Wants a new ball for league, and he's a real close to as me and Eric talk about getting back into the lab and getting ready for bowling, and so I love seeing him out here.
So Jacob, I heard Matthew call it Bianchi. Is that right? I was calling him Bianchi earlier. My apologies.
I'm not even sure which one it is, so and I don't know if he knows either, but he might.
Well, I'll make sure I get it right at some point today. But every time I watch him this weekend, he's thrown it amazing.
Yeah,
every single time he's been nearby.
Very smooth. Not complicated. It's got a good, solid, simplish game, but it's very good. Been one of the better youth bowlers in the Iowa region for a while, high school wise.
we'll see if how long the break will be. If you're just watching it for the first time, if you're just joining us, there is it's going to be a small little delay after the conclusion of game 2, as some of the pairs were not moving to the proper lanes.
Okay, so now that we're completing game 2, we are going to have to take the entire system down and bring it back up. We're looking at about 10 or 15 minutes tops. So I apologize for the delay, but hang tight, stay fairly close to your starting pairs. As soon as we get everything set and sent back out, we will resume as quickly as we can. Just a reminder, please pay attention to this real quick. The transitions here are just a little bit longer than they were yesterday at Cadillac. You do not need to touch the monitor. You don't have to touch the monitor in the down area to switch games. Little transition is just a little bit longer than Cadillac was yesterday. So give us about 10 or 15 minutes. As soon as we're ready to resume, I will make an announcement. We appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Matthew is a great sergeant of arms, just kind of general. I mean, he's really good at taking control of a situation and keeping it smooth. He's also very good at, I'm kind of a little wild sometimes, as I'll just get an idea and go. And he's really good at kind of wrapping his arms around that idea and making it make sense.
I'm sorry.
Speaking of good friends,
Dr. J.
Dr. Weems.
That's funny. I thought I was like, hitting somebody in the face. Oh, it's just Dr. Weems.
Have you ever had him on here?
I feel like we did at his. I did his event in 21.
Oh, okay. That's right.
And we couldn't quite work it out for this year. The timing didn't work.
Yeah.
So yes, technically I've had him on the live stream as well. Well, since we got a few minutes, I mean, we've talked about the oil pattern. We've talked about obviously the tournament. I'll leave it up to those who are watching too. There is going to be a 10 to 15 minute delay. Let me add some additional text there, so those who are joining in will see brief 10 to 15 minute delay, and we should be back up and running. But if you got any questions for Coach Steen, one question for me that I didn't get a chance to ask you earlier, the Roto-Grip sponsorship, of course, and you guys have a great relationship with Storm in general as a company. Yep. Whose idea was it to try to fit or give a bowling ball? Did you think it was going to all work out well? That's such a great idea with the entry.
Right. So I have known Gary and Leanne Holzenberg for years. Gary bowled with our USBC Nationals group for quite a while, and then Leanne bowled actually on my team a couple of different times. And so I've known them for a long time, and then we were at SYC. I can't remember which one for certain, but Matthew and I were just kind of bouncing some ideas off of her on how she would handle it and what works best for them. So we kind of took some of her thoughts, and look at this down here, Emil. Sorry, didn't mean to stop my story.
That's okay. They aren't technically being seen. Lucas is no wait. This is 7 and 8. Yeah, we can't quite see them, but
okay. That's what you get.
I do think though it's worth. You keep talking.
Okay, but yeah, that's kind of how we ended up deciding for certain on how to handle that. That in my initial thought for the tournament, that was included in that initial thought. But always had a good relationship with Leanne, Blair, Gary, and the Storm crew. They do a lot for youth bowling, and it's been a really good experience on our part from them. They've been very supportive with doing some neat little marketing things. Maybe you saw the deal with Norm Duke, and just some really cool things, and we look forward to just even growing that even more next year. While we're waiting too, so I did have a couple people ask me about if we had or thought about having a junior gold qualifier with this event.
Good question.
And we didn't do it this year just because that was just one more piece that we didn't feel like we needed to add right away.
Sure.
But like I said earlier, our YBSF program does have a junior gold tournament series where we've got 6. This year we're going to have 6 different qualifying options that are all held at Cadillac XBC. And those are more just along the 5-game sweepers, still on tough patterns. But it's an opportunity for a lot of these kids, locally in Iowa, however far you want to drive, to get that junior gold qualifying done. So we kind of keep those separate just a little bit. And, we'll look at, when we're all done with this tournament, we're going to sit down and talk about things we can make better for next year. That's going to be something we're going to discuss to see if that's something that we want to dive into or not.
While we have a chance, we've got a few viewers still taking things in. We appreciate you hanging on during the delay. If you wouldn't mind to share, if you've had some coffee and you're ready to talk, let us know where you're watching from this morning. I know the staff always appreciates to kind of get an idea of who's watching and where. And if there's an opportunity perhaps to venture into that particular region or area, and maybe you've got some youth bowlers. You're probably watching your favorite youth bowler, which is why you're watching this stream this morning. But if you know some other youth players that might be interested in, the opportunity is there. Obviously, I don't think the staff may have dates already. They got things to make sure they work out and prepare for, but I'm guessing that they have something in mind for next year already, as most tournament directors do.
Yep.
So keep on the lookout. Midwest Youth Main Event. Follow the Youth Bowling Scholarship Foundation on Facebook. Make sure you like their page on Facebook as well. And now we've got a decent view of just how it goes down at youth bowling tournaments now.
They are a bunch of nuts when they get together. I promise you that.
I was talking about them. We had Tyler Paulus, Micah Jensen, and I think Anthony Swanson. They were between the 3. They were on 7, 8, 9, and 10 respectively.
Mm-hmm.
And after every shot, they'd come right next door here and just hang out. 3 of them, and they talk, but you can still tell they're having fun and obviously still focused on the bowling part.
Right.
And I was watching that, and it just kind of brought me back to my youth days, and bowl junior gold, meeting new friends at junior gold, and seeing some of those same folks at various other tournaments throughout the season. In some ways, I was bowling collegiately then, so you'd see them at the collegiate tournament the next weekend.
Right.
It was very similar, although we didn't quite get to that part.
Yep. How did you enjoy collegiate bowling?
It was the greatest experience, I would say, in my bowling career. I think I was just born to be a team bowler. Yeah. Like, everything about me is kind of devoted to being a helpful individual. So the team aspect for me was where I excelled. Mm-hmm. Just the ability to work together. I learned a ton about communication. I think, and especially effective communication, and learning that not everyone communicates the same or takes in the information the same, especially with bowl.
Yep.
Right. So how you see the lanes is not maybe how, the player in the third spot is seeing the lanes.
Yeah.
So, I often bowl leadoff, so I know I had a big responsibility to display the information in the proper knowledge base, if you will, and then have it, funnel down to the rest of the team, and everyone kind of takes what they need from it. And
that leadoff role is so important.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's from a coaching standpoint, it's so important to pick the right leadoff person.
Yeah, because not everyone, and this is just as players, not everyone will communicate the same thing. So you got to need that at the top of the lineup, which you hope also trickles down. People always say when I tell a story like this, I'm like, I'm really a nice person, and I am. Mm-hmm. But if you get me on the lanes, I'm a little different.
It's different, yeah.
Because I might run it out a couple lanes, and they'd be like, "Really?" I'm like, "Yeah." When I was a collegiate player, even when I was a youth bowler, I've got some video. I'll show it to you one day.
I would love to see that.
But no, it's fantastic, and I would encourage every youth player if they get the opportunity, and if they want the opportunity. Certainly, not everyone would like to achieve or bowl at that level, but I feel that most do, and I hope they get that opportunity at the school that they would like to have that chance.
Well, let's see what's going on here. Okay, Rush put a stop to whatever was going on there. He saw his backpack going the wrong way.
Yeah, that's a good sign. You want anything end up on the lanes.
Hey, Rush.
Jen is back and watching from Princeton, Minnesota.
Oh, nice.
Hello to Doris, who always takes in some bowling on here on Bowlstream TV. Thank you, Doris, watching from Anniston, Alabama. In 10 to 15 minutes or so, it's probably been about 5 of those 10 as we work on the lane of proper crosses to move to the correct lanes.
Yeah.
We are through 2 games here on the medium pattern. We've got 3 more to go. And imagine actually once I'll check bowl metrics, but maybe we'll check it once we get closer to competition resuming. We'll get a chance to see with 3 games left now where the new numbers are, who's in 4th and who's just outside of that number. In your experience on cut day, or I guess the cut game, if you will, but it technically is cut day. Most exciting kind of portion of the tournament, perhaps? Obviously,
I think so.
prior to the finals, of course.
Yeah, I think so. It's especially when they're tight, like some of these divisions are. You know, kind of like moving day in golf. You got just a lot of up and down, and you know, you get a 270 to 180 swing. That's a that's a big jump, and it's easy to have a 180 or lower on these things, and you get one guy that can go around you and pick up 100 sticks at once. I mean, it's exciting. It's definitely exciting. And then of course we get to the stepladder finals, and that becomes exciting. And it's going to be, from this point out, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun to watch.
You were, I knew there were some additional sponsors. So while we have a moment, feel free to talk about some of the sponsors, even yourself, and Guarantee Rate, and what you do with them.
I'm actually my title is Vice President of Mortgage Lending, but all that means is I originate residential mortgage loans.
Okay.
So been doing that for 12, 13 years now. Sounds like we're getting back on.
A reminder, everybody listen here, do not touch the terminals when we go from pair to pair. The transitions are longer. Do not touch the terminals, they will transition on their own. So we'll get 3 minutes of practice started right now.
All right, getting back on for practice. They've got the scoring system reset, and it sounds like we're going to have 3 minutes of practice here before we get started on game 3. I don't know what happened with that breakdown, but just the way Matthew mentioned it a few times, I want to think that maybe something happened in the down area change, and I don't know how that all works, but I'm glad to see they're getting a few minutes of practice to loosen back up.
During this practice, no surface adjustments. No surface adjustments during practice. This is just to get loose.
As far as my sponsorship goes, I am very active with the bowling community, and they've always treated me very well with their loyalty and using me for mortgage loans. And before I was in the mortgage business, I was in the car industry, and then I was in the bowling. I worked for Brunswick, and I was in the bowling industry for a while.
Okay.
I mean, you've met Angie, obviously, and so I worked for her dad. Her dad, Adrian, owned Cadillac and a couple other bowling centers while he was still with us, and Cadillac used to be 50 lanes. So I managed that center. What was that noise?
Unfortunately, several lanes looked like they cycled when they shouldn't have. So there were a few bowling balls that hit some sweeps.
That's something I'm not trying to laugh, but that was something I've never seen before.
Yeah, yeah. Hopefully, hopefully all is well.
Angie's got her pace face on. So, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. So that's actually how I started becoming friends with Angie. Was back when I was a teenager. I worked for her dad, and when we were in high school, we started getting to know each other then, and it's just been a continued friendship, since that point. But her dad taught me a lot about how to handle people, how to handle situations, the bowling business in general, and just about life. There's some of those people that you meet that just, whatever lesson they're trying to teach you, it just turns all for what I learned from. And Angie's got a lot of the same qualities as Adrian had, but also very different at the same time.
Right.
As far as the other sponsors, other place too, the other place on Ridgeway with Andy Belo being the general manager there. We all ate there. They're always really good about making accommodations for us and good food.
Thank you again for all of your patience. We really appreciate it.
We usually end up having all of our YBSF meetings there. And Andy's very active in the bowling community as well. So Hampton Inn. I don't know if you had a chance. Did you get a chance to meet Ben?
I don't think. No, I didn't.
Okay.
There was someone with a.
Yep, that
with
was
a shirt inside.
Cam Satterley. His son Jackson's bowling, but Cam is a manager at the Shields store in Cedar Falls.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Everyone's got some cool ties to
right. Yep. Ben is he's on Hammerstaff. He's our local Brands of Brunswick guy, I guess. And ridiculously good bowler. He's always been gracious enough to help us through that.
Well, I'll tell you what, I probably won't be another place I'd stay. Great shot to start for Gianna Brandolino.
Yeah. And you give her that look. That was really
cool. Often, which really obviously goes to show just how difficult the pattern was, because the 95% of the field struggled on the great sign of a great player to immediately rebound and put herself back in the tournament. And just a few those totals are right. She's plus on the day.
Yeah.
You check that out, actually. She mentioned that. Let's go to Bowl Metrics. We talked about Roto Grip and their sponsorship here. I see
good? Okay. Sorry about that.
Yep. No. We talked about Roto Grip and their sponsorship and the gym. I don't think I've ever bowled an event, and I know they're out there, obviously, but just bowled a tournament that you can just get a ball with your entry, and I know many offer that.
Yep.
But I really like how you framed it, though, in the sense of, you never know how a free bowling ball essentially can help someone.
Right.
That could be all they need to say, hey, this ball's cool. It looks really cool.
Yep.
Which it does. And then you've got a lifelong bowler in that sense.
Yeah. We've seen a lot of those gems go down the lane this weekend.
And also know that Franz was offering some discounted rates on drilling.
Yep.
If they elected to get it drilled yesterday as well, and or Friday. If you wouldn't mind, please talk about the proprietors.
Sure.
Maple and Cadillac, and obviously Maple. For those that don't know, this is the new Maple, if you will. I didn't get a chance to see Maple Lanes prior to. It was a victim of an arson fire a couple years back, and then the owners. I mean, you talk about taking care of business. This is a phenomenal facility.
Yeah. Sure is. Yeah, we had that arson happen. Obviously, that's always unfortunate in its own right, but ending up with this was nice. And they early on came out with the commitment that they were going to rebuild right here, and it was a good vote of confidence for what we had, behind the bowling community at that time. But Rich Amy, one of the proprietors, and I have been friends for, ever. He's a great guy, and they own both centers here in town, their ownership group. But no, him and his wife Kathy have been good friends. Zach Bishorner is another one of the owners, also been a lifelong friend. Kind of a, we were talking about collegiate bowling. Rich, Zach, and myself back in maybe '92, we started the collegiate bowling team at the University of Northern Iowa. Just decided to form it. We had some good bowlers that went there that we knew of, and went really well. But it's still going today as a club sport. It's not a real huge program, but it was fun. But great proprietors. Both Rich and his dad Fran, who's also one of the proprietors here. The background in the bowling industry was through pro shop operation. Fran's Pro Shop here at Maple Lanes has been a staple in the pro shop world for years and years and years. Back when Fran was younger, and his brother Rick, when he was still with us, they had a pro shop here in town, and it's just, Rich has been drilling balls since he's been 15 years old, so for almost 40 years. And, it's just, they're so knowledgeable, and they've always had the nicest pro shops in the area. It's been a blessing to have that in town. But Rich is always very supportive of when we want to try things like this. He makes arrangements in the centers to do so. And we're really lucky to have proprietors like that. And the fact that I can call him a good friend is always nice. And so yeah, really, really proud of what they've done here.
Yeah, and obviously, if you've been paying attention, through COVID pandemic, there weren't, unfortunately, there weren't many centers who either withstood the pandemic and the after effects, if you will.
Right.
And some did, but still, didn't quite make it. And so there were many bowling centers, obviously, that we lost just around the country.
Yeah.
And so to have the center go through what they went through, the proprietors still, and then to make the commitment, and this is pre-COVID.
Yeah.
And so to still go forth with that commitment,
it
really speaks wonders.
Super easy for them at that time to see that insurance money and just say, hey, it's been a good ride. And all walked out very nicely. But not only did they rebuild, now this was 32 lanes before, now it's 28. But they put in the huge restaurant, the bar, the duck pin. Now we've got the sand volleyball courts on the outside and the outside patio. They have a huge bags league in the summer. It's a...
You can get everything you need here at this center.
You really can, and it's neat to have that. And that's not taking away anything from what Maple was before. It was a very classic style center. Had the typical AMF look, and they had done a lot with it to get it to that point. But it's gorgeous. It's just absolutely gorgeous. So really happy that it turned out for them.
Give a shout out to High Five Gear. I know the tournament staff and then some of the players also sporting the official tournament jersey.
Yep.
From High Five Gear. Experience Waterloo. It's always cool when I go to a tournament and the local visitor and convention bureau is directly involved, which is always to me very cool. It just speaks wonders about the community and how important they find that.
So High Five Gear, we ended up with partnership. One of my Open Championships teammates and longtime friend, Terry McKinney, is from the La Crosse, Wisconsin area, and good friends with the owner of High Five Gear. And I just kind of talked to him about, what he thought about the idea of a partnership for our event. Got me in touch with him. Matthew and I had an hour-long talk with him over the phone, and he was so gracious with. You got our staff jerseys. You've got each winner of each division gets a custom championship jersey. Our Junior Gold Series, he's supplying jerseys for the winners of that. We're gonna have a points race during that thing too, so he's gonna supply stuff for that.
Nice.
Really reached out to help. Next season, my high school is gonna need new jerseys, and he's gonna take good care of us on that end. So it's just these relationships that you don't always just get yourself. You get them through another relationship, and that part's been awesome.
Nice pair on the other side for Levi Rice.
So we saw Tyler Reeves last game. Levi is a friend of Tyler's, also another new bowler for sure. First time anything like this. And
Rush is just off to our left on 7 and 8. Recap for you: Austin Espy, Gianna Brandolino, Zane Shaughnessy, Ethan Caruso, Levi Rice, and Sarah Legu, excuse me. And then to our right, Jacob Bianchi, Timber Stewart, Will Hudson, Molly Bramble. I believe that is Alexander Huntley and Derek Lewandowski.
Yep. So you got two with Derek and Alex Huntley. You got two left-handed two-handers on that pair.
Zane always has a
that was almost interesting.
a friendly following whenever we do EYTs. I mean, there's probably like 5 to 6 people, no matter what's happening, asking about Zane.
Oh, cool. So last year for USA Bowling, I coached the X-Men team, and it was Rush, Micah Jensen, Tyler Paulus, Elliot Gordon, Anthony Swanson, and then Lucas Clark, who was supposed to be in this tournament this weekend but ended up not being able to come. Well, I just had a lot on my plate, just some things with my career and stuff, and decided I needed to just take that off my plate for this year. I love all them families, and they're all here today for the most part. So I'm not coaching that this year, but Kenny Shaughnessy reached out and asked Rush to bowl with Zane and Anthony and Luke Switowski this year. So
nice.
He's coaching that, and leaving him in really good hands there. So looking forward to seeing how those kids do together, and watching Kenny coach them, and me just kind of doing what I got to do and relax a little bit. Zane's a great bowler, though.
So at this point, we're into game 3. And I think yesterday we were talking about like what we might see regarding breakdowns or what we thought might happen. And, you know, some of the things we anticipated didn't quite happen. Scoring pace, especially on the long pattern, weren't as high as I think we anticipated.
Right.
Through 2 games, and I'm going to check ball metrics here in a second, but, you know, I think as expected, you've seen a few more strikes.
Yeah.
Throughout here, and I don't think we're quite from a transitional perspective yet. But what are you seeing at this point?
This is the game that I thought was going to get squirrely. I figured the first two would be able to bounce off the fresh enough, and I figured this game you're going to start seeing some hang where you didn't before. And spare game, I think this game's going to be pretty important. Now I look around and I say that, and there are some people striking at will. So I'm probably wrong, as I usually am. But I'm seeing a little bit of both this game. I was surprised, though. I thought of the two patterns yesterday, the long would be a little bit higher scoring than it actually was. When you look at the cumulative average for the field on both, the field did average higher on the long than the short, but there was only there wasn't a lot of people plus. I think Landon was the only one to finish plus on the long.
Right.
Yeah, so that surprised me just a little bit.
That one, that pattern, it seemed like there were more, as you mentioned, with the field average being higher, there were more, although there was only one player plus, there were more players. I think people were more consistent with regards to their scoring pace, as opposed to the extremes from the up and down on the short pattern.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It was easy to toss 140.
Yeah.
On the
so
short
easy. Samantha Milo, she's a senior on my high school team this year. This is her first sports shot tournament.
How does that make you feel as a coach? And as a coach in general, and then especially coaching some of these athletes on a regular basis?
Oh, it's cool. You know, in Iowa, our high school competitions are all on house shot. And so these kids, unless they make a strong effort to go elsewhere, they don't see the sport side of things, which is another reason why we wanted this to come here and why we started our Junior Gold Series. So when someone wants to venture out from their high school comfort a little bit and try one of these, that's pretty neat. That's a good feeling. And Sammy's she has some aspirations to bowl next year in college, and so this is a good start.
Boy, Mom watching. Let's go Lan and Griff. Folks, if you are watching, we appreciate you tuning in. I am noticing I don't know, haven't got it quite down to a science, but every now and then there'll be maybe a small hiccup regarding our connectivity. So if you happen to see your screen briefly stop and circle a little bit, just let it do what it does, or just go ahead and click the refresh button. I'm in the booth with Brandon Steen. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Coach Brandon Steen, the leader at Waterloo West, right? High school, and one of the major contributors to the creation of this tournament. Go ahead and run down the staff again, too. Angie, Josh, Matthew.
Yeah, we got Angie Erickson, Josh Steer, Matthew McConaughey, Ann Britson. Lindsay Smedley was not with us yesterday, but a big part of our committee. I think I listed everybody there that's part of this actual committee for this event.
Now, how does someone with the name Matthew McConaughey not come out and record Lincoln commercials?
Right. Oh, he should have just done that just for something funny to post and nothing else. No, they're all great people, super hard workers, and each of them took so much pride once we got the momentum going. They all took so much pride in making sure that what we were doing got done. And couldn't ask for a better group.
Molly Bramble looking for 3 in a row. She is clean.
Rush just not finding the right comp this game. You know, it's pretty cool that we don't have to go far to find the talent level that is in the Midwest. I mean,
it's vast.
We were talking last night, just the state of Illinois has so many talented youth bowlers. And, you know, sometimes it's easy to forget. You go bowl these tournaments, the EYTs and stuff that Deandra hosts, and you don't win or you don't finish in the top couple, and you realize that these are some of the best youth bowlers, not just in the country, but really in the world, that are in that particular event. And then you go, you know, you take the same bowlers and you go bowl another event and they win by a couple hundred pins. And it's really easy to forget that sometimes, that, you know, month in and month out, they're seeing the top competition right in front of them. And, you know, college bowling now, if they're aspiring for that, there's so many programs. Anybody here pretty much is going to just get snatched up when that time comes, if it's what they want.
Right. Very thankful to watch the growth in collegiate bowling.
Yes, I mean, that's been amazing.
In a way, I guess it's kind of correlated with, I feel like youth bowling has always been strong. But I feel that now, for the amount of talented youth players, there are more programs for them to attend.
Right.
And, you know, back in the day, obviously, there were several, but they were still limited. And, you know, everyone had wanted to go to, like, you know, Wichita State. Everyone still wants to.
Sure.
Go to Wichita State. That's never going to change. But now, you know, there are so many additional caliber programs like Wichita State. So I'm here in this state.
Just a wide mix.
Hey, shout out to Roger Taylor here. He's been representing Hawkeye this week. Community college.
Yep. Roger's a great player himself. Still bowls a lot. He's I think going to do good things there for their program. This will be Roger's first season as head coach there.
Hello, Jim. Jim Brandolino checking out G. So you can get to 199. Again, apologies for any buffering you guys are seeing. I think there's definitely been a small dip in what we're seeing from our connectivity perspective. So I went ahead and kind of dropped the quality to match that. So hopefully that should iron it out. Hopefully. Iron, like, you know, get those wrinkles.
Yep.
Wow, and boy, Zane has thrown a few pins.
shot, bud?
More rush.
So Rush shot 250 last time.
257.
257.
Yeah, get it right.
But that double's a big double. That's a...
Right now, my goal is to just kind of be consistent. Because, I mean, I just talked to Nate. We need to call the GM and figure out how to shut down the best Wi-Fi. It'll irritate people in the building, but I think this is the way. Do you have time? I probably can for a little bit. I don't know if I can get the whole game, but I can set this one up. What I'll do is make sure that next game gets well, so Andy's working on that. So when we resent the squad out, didn't my arrangements for whatever reason, and all of the changes that we made, we only sent out one game and then 2 games. So then she had to rebuild the two squads. I started with game 4, and then we'll send out 2 games. So it actually might see the transition might actually go faster as opposed to the 5 minutes that the default was that we couldn't fix. So it might be a little bit of a
I talked to them. I just got to run with this. You and I talked about it.
I just want to see one shot. I haven't had a good look at it all day. Comes to me telling me 4 things. All right, we'll try this. We'll try this. It's too bad that we didn't have a camera down there because Dawson Peterson threw a 3-bagger with bloody nose. Like literal tissue in his nose. Throws a 3-bagger. Yep. Yeah. Strapping him. Just
Dawson is so freaking good.
Could you imagine him and Peyton on the same team in small high school?
All right, folks, getting you to the end of 5, 6, 7, and 8 here. Again, apologies for the connectivity difficulties. We might be in a battle with, I think, everyone in the building, which happens from time to time. Checking scores, some actually checking the live stream. Meanwhile, Dawson Peterson has been down here doing work. Earlier, he had some tissue in his nose, and I'm hoping everything is all right. It did not affect his ability to strike, though, that's for sure. Dawson gets to 225. Joss now with, as you can see, 126 there in the 6th frame. He can get to 246. Nicholas Pappas is finishing his 10th frame, and Josh gets some carry. That's a 4-bagger for young Joss Weems. All these cool young bowlers is about to, they got one more year, many of them, before they enter high school. Joss is one of those individuals. That's what you call a 10 back right there. It's funny watching some of the early videos of Joss when he started bowling. And, you know, of course, he's not the tallest of players, right? And I can say that because I know the Weems family very well now. But watching him even a few years prior, like when he was first starting, to where he is now, and even just some of the actual growth, his physical growth, throwing it harder, getting a little bit more on it. His balance is watching him bowl is pretty solid.
Out right now, and your lanes will transition properly between the next 2 games. So thank you again for your patience. Technology is wonderful when it cooperates.
I couldn't agree more with that, Angie. And having said that, joining us for a little bit here as we work our way into Game 4. We talked about Matthew and not doing Lincoln commercials. There's Matthew McConaughey.
I'm not going to give you the all right either. So.
Oh, come on. I was hoping that was part of the situation here. How you doing?
Oh, thanks for having me, Emil. I really appreciate it. We're trying to pull off a big event that's something Waterloo Cedar Falls has never seen. The competitive side to youth bowling is something that a lot of these kids don't know. We have a fair amount of local kids helping us out this weekend by participating, and it's something new and exciting for us. And having you here to help us broadcast that and share it across the great World Wide Web is something all these kids that everybody talks about YouTube, right? YouTube, TikTok, all the social media platforms now, and you do such a great job on this, and it's your background lends a very professional voice to this, and having you on board is really appreciative to us for sure.
I appreciate the opportunity. Very much looking forward to helping you guys out, and I'm in the situation. I'm also trying to grow as well, so I like to help build relationships and hopefully kind of grow together.
Absolutely.
In that sense.
We're utilizing some new technology here at Maple, and so one of those value-added experiences, right? You go into a tournament typically, and you see your A, B, C, D, E, F, that action, and while that's pretty typical, we're trying some new technology here as far as a value-added experience to have the names move along with the players, and we've had a couple of hiccups this morning, but all the competitors have been awesome about it. There hasn't been any complaints, no griping. I mean, they're really rolling with the punches, and it's really a testament to how well some of these young players are seasoned. I mean, it's the composure some of these kids have is just amazing. I remember me at 13, 14, 15. I'm not saying I'd have been busting foul lights, but I probably would have been talking to somebody about something. So
the kids are all right most of the time. Parents, sometimes maybe not so much. And to a certain degree, it's certainly understandable.
Sorry, we are going to have to ask you all to hold up just a moment. I apologize.
Well, I guess while there isn't any action going on, it might be a good opportunity to kind of talk about what our foundation does. I'm the chairman of our Youth Bowling Scholarship Foundation, what it's called, and I know Brandon had talked a little bit about kind of where it came from, the center up in Sun Prairie. I can't remember the proprietors up there. I apologize.
John and I don't know if they're the proprietors. But he mentioned John and Sheriff Brunick. Yes.
Yep. Okay. So, like I say, they give upwards of $20,000 away during Youth League, which is absolutely amazing. So, actually, Brandon and Angie were kind of the brainchildren of this to come here and try to generate something, and it was a real grassroots effort. I mean, we've been around since 2020. Year one, we did a small amount of fundraising, and I'm going to call it hustle fundraising. It was a lot of selling squares through the bowling center. It was a lot of the car wash, the bake sale, the things of that nature that don't generate a lot of money that cost a lot of effort. But we raised enough money to where we were able to give away in year one of fundraising, we gave away $100 to each graduating senior. So I want to say that was somewhere around $2,000, which we thought in our first year was amazing. Year two, we got a little smarter in the fundraising department, and we were able to generate some better capital.
and we were able to give away, it was over $12,000 to a little over 100 youth league bowlers last season, just through accomplishments in league. I mean, the way kids earn scholarships, it seems like, especially in bowling, which is awesome because you can earn scholarships, as early as 3 and 4 years old, which is amazing. But you have to go to a tournament to do it.
Right.
So from a league perspective, we wanted to reward the activity in league. So I mean, it might be if for your little kids, your bumpers, your early elementary kids, it might be shooting a game over 75. You get some points for that. And each accomplishment you click off, like if you bowl city tournament, you get a certain amount of points. If you have a new high game, you get a certain amount of points. For the older kids, maybe it's a clean game. You have a clean game, you get a certain amount of points. A certain amount of points over average. The YBSF, we also run a tournament series. If you bowl out our events, that's more points. So just those types of things to help us generate points, and then we, depending on what we have for funding that particular year, for what we've raised, then those points accumulate into dollars. And last year it was like I said, like $12,700. I think was the actual number that we gave away at our youth league banquet last year in May. So that was ages 3 through 18, and that was year 2. So I mean, the sky's the limit. A portion of the entry fee from this event actually went toward that cause, which is why our foundation is operating that. We kind of stole that model from the SYCs, where they donate back to Ballard versus the Big C. So that's the style of event we were trying to run here and really bring it to the Midwest. Those things sell out so fast, and there's such a great venue for kids and really to learn and to understand and really understand what competitive bowling is. So for us to be able to bring something like that here to our facility and not sell out in minutes, to where we had ample opportunity for people to get in. We had as high as 81 entries. This year we had a few drop out late, so we ended up with 78 bowlers. But to raise, upwards of $2,000 from those entry fees is awesome for our foundation to just continue to really grow and build and promote the sport.
When you first kind of took on the project, if you will, like of creating this tournament, like what was the initial mindset and goals for seeing the tournament come to fruition?
So the first meeting we had, and I'm gonna tote Brandon a little bit here because he is far too humble to tote himself, but he is a visionary that he sees things that he doesn't see the wall, he only sees what's beyond it. And so when he called me one night and we sat down and went and had dinner, and he's like, here's my idea, here's what I got, why can't we do this here? And I said, well, I can give you a laundry list of reasons why we can't. I mean, that's the easy part, right? It's easy to say no, but sometimes it's difficult to find a way to say yes. So what the concept was really kind of Deandra's EYT majors, the Storm Youth Championships. They're a similar model with varying lane conditions, but just having the ability to give that value to find a manufacturer on board to help us out. Rotogrip, Leanne, Blair, those guys were amazing to work with, really able to help us out and get us the big top of the ticket type sponsor to bring that notoriety and really be able to drive the promotion for it too. I mean, heck, at one point in time, Norm Duke did a little video for us at Storm headquarters. Right. That Norm Duke says you should bowl, so you should probably come bowl. He's that's pretty good reputation to follow. But yeah, that was kind of the brainchild to it, and then it was really a matter of finding funding. It's easy to come in. It's easy to say you want to run an event, but you got to have somebody that's willing to pay for it, because you can't just do that from entry fees. We're going to give away $10,000 today, which is awesome. We got some really sweet belts we're going to give away. Finding that funding and finding the right business partners to help to be able to make it successful is what was. I'm not going to say it was a struggle, but it certainly wasn't easy. I mean, you got to knock on a lot of doors to be able to get that kind of money.
I've had a chance to work with one tournament in particular, the New Mexico Open, and run by Steve Mackey. Mm-hmm. And Steve this was recently the 18th year of the tournament, so he's plenty of experience, obviously, running this thing. But he has, I don't know, like what seems to be 50, 60 sponsors, and they all play some role, right? And he paid like a record, I don't know, $65,000+ this year, 12,000 for first, which was the highest first place. It's normally 10, and they got it to 12 this year, right? And so I asked him how long before he begins working on sponsors for next year's tournament after the first one or this year's concludes, and he said he gives himself about 2 months to just, you know, relax from the tournament. He runs the bowling center. He and his wife, Dana Miller-Mackey, former PWBA champion.
Sure.
And her brother, Steve, who's a PBA champion as well. They all run 10 Pins and More in Rio Rancho together. But he said he gives himself 2 months, and then he gives himself the next 10, basically, to knock on the doors, you know, try to get folks to buy back into the tournament. And he's got 18 years, obviously, doing this. And how difficult, really, of a process is it to try to obtain and attract sponsors in that regard? And I know it's early, obviously, in your endeavors with this particular tournament, but I got to imagine it's not the easiest thing in the world.
It really isn't. I mean, let's be honest. This is going to probably sound way worse than what I mean it to sound, but it's hard to just knock on somebody's door and ask them for a check. I mean, it is hard. You know, what can I give you for it? So it's really almost that retail experience, and you have to build that perceived value for whomever you're asking what your product can bring. You know, I mean, but we reached out to High Five. Brandon had a contact with the owner at High Five. We called and talked to Todd. We actually sat in his truck at a park and had a meeting with Todd on the phone, and he was. You need to find people who are willing to partner with for the right reason. If you can find people on message with you and on mission with you, it makes that ask a lot easier, because you don't have to drive. You don't have to drive the marketing aspect as hard, because they're on mission and they understand what the ultimate goal is. Because especially for a youth event like this, if you can get somebody a High Five jersey, and they like that High Five jersey, and you get them involved in an event like this, and hey, that was pretty fun. Yeah, it was hard, but man, it was fun. It was hard, but it was fun. And I learned a lot. So I want to go bowl another one, but I don't want to wear the same jersey 2 days in a row. You know, so where am I going to go? Well, I really like this one, so I'm going to order another one. You know, and as you continue to grow, and hopefully that turns into a high school bowler, and then a college bowler, and hopefully an award, you know, a league bowler down the road, whether that's competitive or not. But that's kind of beside the point. Bowling's that sport that you can kind of play forever and determine your own competitive level. But as far as asking for help and sponsorship, it's really just a matter of networking. And you're right, this is year one for us. I mean, we leaned heavily on guaranteed rate. Brandon is a mortgage vice president of mortgage lending for guaranteed rate. He was very, very generous with his donation. The centers here were awesome to work with, both Cadillac yesterday and Maple today, as far as helping out with lineage. Experience Waterloo is another one. That's the rebranded visitor convention bureau type format, but just understanding and sharing with them how many hotel rooms we're going to bring to them. You know, asking a check-in. You know,
Hampton was popping.
It was. Yeah, well, that's a great point. You know, that's not even a portion of Experience Waterloo. Ben Schreck, the GM over at Hampton Inn, he was awful generous to us. I mean, he runs a rack rate almost double what he gave us, and it was here in Waterloo Cedar Falls. It was a UNI home football game. Right. So that generates a lot of business for him, and that's a pretty hopping district down there anyway. So he was very generous, and there again, Andy Bilo over at the other place on Ridgeway Avenue, another bowler, willing to help us out with some food discounts, some coupons, and comping some stuff. So I mean, just those little value-added experiences to make it so we don't. They're things you don't have to pay for as a tournament staff,
right.
It doesn't come on. It's not an expense. It's something you can just know that it's going to happen, and it just happens. So
the. Man, you mentioned we were talking about Experience Waterloo, lineage. I feel that's a really underrated aspect of running a tournament.
It is.
And I've never run a tournament. I stream them, but I through the years you kind of learn certain things about what it takes to run a tournament, and lineage always is one that it doesn't go away. But if you can get a great center to help you in certain situations, that really is something that you can kind of remove off the plate, if you will.
Well, and lineage is, I mean, at least from our balance sheet, lineage is one of the higher expenses,
Right.
Because it's a negotiable, but at the end of the day, it's a non-negotiable because if you don't have lineage, you don't have an event.
Right.
So
Looks like we're inching closer to beginning game 4. I appreciate the staff here for allowing handling certain difficulties. And listen, I've been in this role for me for a little bit, and seeing it from my angle, typically what I'm dealing with the most if there's an issue is internet related, and there's been a little bit of that today. But I also often watch TDs, tournament directors, try to maneuver through any issue, quarrel, problem, and I think you guys have done that very well today.
thank you for one. With it being year one, and I don't know how much you talked about the renovations at Cadillac yesterday.
No, we didn't actually.
So Cadillac,
a little bit yesterday, yes, we talked about it, but I didn't know everything that went into it. But I knew they had new scoring, new carpet, and we're getting some new things or some additional things pretty soon as well.
Yep. So last week at Cadillac, or this week I guess. Well, it's Sunday. So last week, they put in brand new scoring at Cadillac, and they put it in about 7 days. When I walked in Friday morning before the practice session, I'm like, no way are we going to bowl here today. and they pulled off a real yeoman's effort. And honestly, kudos to them, and the scoring and the system was impeccable. Like zero issue all weekend long, or all day long. It was amazing. And here we had one hiccup where this is the first time that this the style of how we're transitioning is used here. It's never been used here. So this is the first time we had it. The transition just to kind of backyard, inside baseball this a little bit. The transition was just a little too long, and so we had one pair get a little excited and thought they needed to start, and so they started, and it ends up kicking that pair out of play. So we had to regenerate some things, and now we're still kind of working through that process. But again, I mean, you can't see it off camera, but there's this group of U15 kids that always hang out together no matter where you go. That they always find each other, and they're just doing their own thing. I mean, now they're kind of coming back on camera now, but they're just doing their own thing. That's what they do. They don't really care that it stopped. It's a time for them to kind of hang out a little bit, and then when we say go back to your starting pair and go bowl, they're right back into competition mode. But they're enjoying each other's company, and honestly, this group that you kind of see off screen or on screen right now on 11 and 12, this is what it's about. I mean, at the end of the day, this is why we try to run events, is for kids like this to have an opportunity to go compete, and like I say, they generate friendships for a lifetime. And looking at the two kids that are just walking off now, Joss and Micah. Joss is from Chicago,
right,
and Micah is from some southeastern South Dakota. I mean, so literally, I mean, they're 800 miles apart as far as where they live, and social media brings
Sioux Falls.
Okay, Sioux Falls. So I mean, bowling creates those friendships to where, and social media helps with that too. I mean, when we were kids, you were writing letters and calling, and you had to wait till after 9 o'clock because that's when the long distance was free, right? These kids don't even know what long distance is. they're on
everything's unlimited.
Yeah, they're on Snapchat or Twitter, or even old people like me use Facebook. But yeah, so I mean that's how they interact, and really we can just like, here they come. They don't care. They don't care that it's broke down. That there's issues, and so. That at the end of the day, when you really get to our mission and for the YBSF, that's really what it's about, is how can we take the 3, 4, 5-year-old kids in league and get them to want to come back and keep bowling league and keep trying to grow and keep trying to improve themselves. And at the end of the day, if we can create that kind of excitement through league and help mom and dad pay for college 10, 12, 14 years later, I don't know many people that can just independently write a check for college. College has gotten so expensive.
Yeah, we were talking about some tuitions in certain schools last night, and I was like, whoa. I mean, it's been a few years since I've been in school, and, I was like, and they were different. You know, they were definitely different. They were lower when I was in college. This was the early 2000s, mid 2000s, and even then they were, you know, like, oh, but they were lower in comparison to today. It looks like we're back at it here, and isn't this a treat? Matthew gets to watch his daughter bowl on 11 and 12.
I promise I'm not going to critique her either. I might get a little excited if we trip something, but I tell you what, it was. I went back and watched a little bit of the live stream, and not to toot her horn a little bit, but it was awful nice to hear a couple of my league friends, and I mean I'm not saying I'm super tight with Jake and Andy, but I know each other. I know those guys pretty well, and to hear some of the compliments that they gave to her as far as her growth and things, I'll toot her horn a little bit. She's working really hard on her game. She wants to learn. She wants to compete. She wants to get better, and this was on her. She wanted to qualify for junior gold a couple of years ago, and we started chasing qualifiers, and I told her as long as she invests the energy and the effort, we'll figure out some of the other stuff, and I tell you what, she's done just exactly that. If you'd have seen her, I'll say pre-fire Maple, which was 2020, to today, you wouldn't even know it's the same kid, just in growth and knowledge and strength and just a lot of things. So, testament to her. She'll hate me for saying all of that stuff, but it's really true.
She will appreciate it later in life.
And I tell you what, I know she struggled just a little bit today, but Ashlyn Tevis right here in front of us on 10. She's Rockford, Illinois area.
Yes, she is from Rockford.
I first got to know her a little bit and her family from actually a Mount Mercy camp with Andy Dirks down in Cedar Rapids. Great family, and I tell you what, she is. I don't know that we did the lefties any favors this weekend. Unintentionally, of course.
Sure.
The thing we always want to do is we wanted to be as fair and equitable as we can. But I tell you what, this girl has got a game that you could almost carbon copy that. As she gets a little stronger, she's so good.
Yes.
Sky's the limit for her.
I think I first get a chance to see her at the June EYT, and she won at Arena Lanes.
Yes. Yep.
And it was my first introduction, and she won it by, like she was dominant.
Yeah, she ran away.
Yeah.
She ran away that weekend.
Pretty impressive. Again, yeah, Ashlyn Tevis. We got Paige Rawlings on this pair along with Rhett Ryman. Who else is on this pair? Who did I just see? Brooke on our pair?
Austin Older Dog is also on lane 9. Then over on 11 and 12, we got Davin Smith. He's a local kid. Dav is a tremendous athlete. You want to talk about he is a tremendous baseball and football player.
Yeah, I just
really
heard him play football.
Yeah, he is really good. He hasn't bowled any league yet this year because his youth football isn't done yet. So his first introduction to the season was this stuff. Whoops.
Right, that's a nice way to work your way into the season.
Yeah.
Good shot by Rhett.
And then they're also on that pair, Dawson Peterson. I'm sure you've talked about Dawson a lot this weekend. That kid he's tremendous. He's so good. And then Joss, of course, Brooke, Team USA. I mean, resume speaks for itself. This is really my first time seeing her this weekend up close, and she's Bowmetrics did us a favor and paired Ainsley with her all weekend, fortunately or unfortunately. But the random lane assignments through Bowmetrics really did, I think did her a favor just to be able to kind of see how that operates. But she's tremendous. She's really good. And Nico Pappas, he's a Chicagoland area too, I believe, and he's another really good player on that pair that they're crossing with.
So when you finally had a chance to just have a moment. I asked Brandon this earlier. Like, is it everything that you hoped and anticipated and worked hard for it to be? Now that it's here, watching this event.
I said today's Sunday. So Friday morning, I was off work that day. I took the day off to make sure we were all squared away, and so that was great. And then Saturday morning comes, and And I joked with everybody on our team when we were in the center setting up. I said, it's just like Christmas morning. You know, I didn't hardly sleep last night because I'm so excited for it to get here and be here. I mean, we started this process back in February, and it's been a lot of work. It's been a lot of effort. It's been a lot of energy. I mean, I want to make sure our team gets recognized. I mean, Brandon is kind of the forefront to our group, but Angie Erickson is our local youth director. She's also our board association president. That lady you say a future for the sport. She is the epitome of that. Her father was the proprietor at Cadillac Lanes for a number of years and owned 3 or 4 other bowling centers here locally within 45, 50 minutes of one another. But just still, she has no kids in the program. You know, both of her daughters have graduated. One's a sophomore at UNI. The other one was at William Penn for a while and kind of moved on to her career now. But just being able to give back and continuing to give back. And she's the one handling all of our technical difficulties while I'm sitting here talking to you. She is amazing. She works tirelessly. Another member of our team, Ann Britson, she has a boy that's bowled. Drew's bowled for 3 or 4, well, maybe 5 years now. Drew's a junior in high school. But really just came into the program to do something, and her background with nonprofits and charities and grants and, I mean, marketing, she's just phenomenal at these things, and she's been able to pull some pro bono type things for us to really help us out with the foundation and getting some people to help us with some marketing and graphic design and those types of things to really give us that professional look and feel. You know, it's not a Word document or a PowerPoint that looks like a logo. I mean, we look like a professional organization, and that's the impression we want to give. And Josh Steer, his son Brady's bowling here this weekend. Another one, marketer, volunteer coordinator, finding people to help us out. Those things are huge. And Lindsay Smedley couldn't be with us this weekend. She had some plans out of town, but another one. She's got 2 girls in the program, you know, and just she's our financial advisor. She's our accountant. An accountant. She does all of those things for us. So just being able to, we have a fantastic mix of talents on our team to really be able to pull off an event like this, because you can't just be a bowler and want to run a bowling tournament. You have to have a lot of other things to be able to really make all the backside things work, and I think our team does a great job of that, and it's all because we love the sport. You know, we want to see it grow, we want to see it be successful, and again, going back to the big reason to have this here was to bring a high-level event to show our local kids, hey, this is what is open to you if you choose to ever want to do it. You know, it's something that our kids don't see.
Brett Ryman now with 4 in a row. Dawson Peterson with 3 in a row. Josh was on his way to 3, but 7-pin had other plans. Ann was talking to me about the graphic designer you guys work with that she knows, and she mentioned, guys, did he do the event logo, which is really cool. It's in the bottom left of your screen there. That's one of the coolest logos for an event I have ever seen.
So fun fact to this is we were sitting at League one Saturday morning, and we were trying to start branding this, right? And so we had a committee meeting over at Angie's, and we were just like spitballing things, right? And coming up with names. So, okay, well, that's a little too similar to this. That's a little too similar to this. Working the Google machine, right? Okay, is there anything that's called this yet? You know, I mean,
Right.
seriously, that's how this came together. And we stuck on main event, and so that was awesome. And then we were talking one Saturday at League, and I said, how cool would it be to just have like a pin fighting a bowling ball? You know, and that's where the boxing WWE type championship belts came, and that. So just those couple of words in a conversation, and Matt Jorgensen, our designer, comes up with this. This thing it's awesome, and it looks really good on our high five jerseys too. It came out super sharp.
Quick check-in on standings, and U18 boys, since we're watching Dawson Peterson, it's going to be a race for the top seed between he and Lucas Hersrud. Lucas right now in first by 2 pins, plus 107 at this point for 13 games. Dawson Peterson is second at plus 105, and it's a race for the top seed between those two. For the final 2 spots, there's still a lot to be determined. Ethan Caruso is third at -21. Landon Jordan is fourth at -62, with Zach Andreessen in fifth at -66, just 4 pins back again with 2 games to go. And Griffin Jordan at -102, still with a chance as well in 6th place. Then as we watch take a look at the U18 girls, where we see Brooke Salzman on this pair. Brooke is leading the way in U18 girls at -172, followed by Abby Starkey at -203. Kira Maxim at -214 is third. Rachel Moore is fourth at -259. And Gianna Brandolino is in fifth, and not by much. She's at -274, so just 15 pins back of the number. And the way the scores are working right now in the girls, it's 5 players for 4 spots, it looks like, with 2 games to go.
And really, honestly, I mean, I know Gianna's at 2. I know Gianna's 100 back. She's probably not going to get to first. 2 through 4 could shuffle really easy.
You're right.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Really, really could.
This is looking like a PWBA event right here.
And I'll bet you'll see those names at some PTQs this season too. I promise you that.
Oh, 100%. Abby bowled one. She bowled the Rockford PTQ.
Yep.
I know she bowled the regional as well.
Yep.
Let's see who else. Sorry, U15 boys. Right now, Josh Weems is the leader. Josh at +97. In fact, he's the only player in that division who is plus at the moment. Anthony Swanson, who's bowled very well this week, is second at -39. And then those 2 players are in the mix. They're going to be in at this point. And now it's going to be a race for the final 2 spots in U15 boys. Tyler Paulus, third at -335. Russ Steen is fourth. Big 250 game for Rush in this block today. So he's fourth right now, but he's got a lot of challengers. Micah Jensen, Will Hudson, Zane Shockensey, Karsten Guess, heck, Rhett Ryman. Unfortunately, the back-to-back splits now for Rhett, but big game from Rhett, and he's right back in this thing.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun. I mean, I'm probably not going to be here for cut game, but that's going to be a lot of traffic to follow. That's going to be a lot of fun because it's going to be just kind of looking to see who's going to come maybe for Game 5 on the live stream if you're going to get to watch that at all. But yeah, I tell you what, that's going to be a good time.
Well, that's a good point. Let's look at it now. So 3, 4, and 5, and 6 will be on 9, 10, 11, and 12 for next game.
Yeah, you're gonna get you won't get Rachel. I was thinking you're gonna get Rachel Moore, but you won't.
No, I think we will.
Okay. Yeah.
She's gonna be on 11 and 12.
So she's in the hunt in U15 or in U8 in the girls division. Sorry.
Yep.
We really tried hard to drive a U15 division here too for the girls. I know I want to talk about that just a real quick second because we tried super hard to generate that. I mean, U15 girls is always a division that's tough to fill, and so we committed to that division. And up until a month ago, we were still going to run a division if we could get up to 15 entries. It's to give away $1,000 for that division.
Right.
We ultimately had to decide, since we only had 4, to combine the girls, but we are going to pay a U15 girl today if they don't make the top 4. Or the top 5, excuse me. And we got a belt for them too, so
nice.
It doesn't matter where they finish. If they're the top U15 girl, they're taking home a belt, which is really cool, I think. So
says a lot about what you guys were obviously trying to achieve and then still follow through with it in that regard as well.
Man, Ainsley, great shot.
Excellent shot.
That was home run.
It's a big double.
I don't know if Joss's look is going away just a little bit, or maybe a couple of poor shots there, but he's got a pretty good lead. I don't think he'll give too much of that away. I'm sure he'll get lined up pretty quick.
Well, the interesting thing, we were talking to Brandon about it and asking him, just kind of his thoughts on where we were at that point, which was Game 3, and he thought that was the game that it might get a little squirrely. And Joss made that one a little closer than he would have liked. So we may be seeing some transition here.
Well, I'd agree with that, and honestly, I think not that mechanical breakdowns are ever good, but I think the way the block the blocks worked yesterday, and you know, you could kind of get the snowball going down the hill, and it was really tough to get it slowed down. I mean, it was tough to get it started or stopped, and maybe a couple of the slowdowns. I'm not saying that they're great, but I think that they might be good mental checkups for a couple of these kids to where, you know, maybe it started to get away from them a little bit, and the break did them a little bit of good. But yeah, I think you're right. I think they could get a little squirrely this game. Especially because on a medium pattern, you always get, you don't tend to get people playing them all the same either. And so now you're really starting to battle, you know, variances in style on top of just, the nice thing about this is brand new center, pair to pair, it's pretty.
Cubic AMF, SPLs, the surface here at Maple. Based on what we've seen so far, the amount of time, just from I can let the viewers know, amount of time in between the finale.
I would love to say that we can have scores validated within 20 minutes, 25 minutes maybe. That's part of the reason we started so early this morning was that 7:30 wake up call for announcements was awful early for a lot of these kids, but the idea that you could get out of town at a decent time and get home at a decent time. I mean, a lot of these kids got on the way home, or I don't have to start till 9 o'clock or whatever. So.
What a world we live in.
My dad joke failed a little bit, I guess.
What a world, and obviously part of it is, I'm sure, due to for those of you who are up on your
really good. That's a big shot too. Big shot.
Solely between Lucas Hersrud and Dawson
Nico
Peterson.
Boom, four-bagger. Brooke couldn't quite roll that two-pin. She got to just keep grinding here.
Tammy watching. Sending some strikes for Landon Griffin. Those who are just joining us, we've had a hiccup. Let it cycle itself, if you will, or refresh.
There you go. Good shot. Jack Poles here on. I don't know that he's been bowling 2 years yet. I'd be lying if I tell you exactly, but I want to say he's been bowling league a couple of years now. I believe he's a high school sophomore, trying to soak up and learn all he can.
Always admire young athletes like that. Talked a little bit about or something similar with Brandon earlier, and he mentioned some other athletes who are making their first kind of appearance at a high-level sport-type event like this.
Sure, yeah. Owen Bringer would be another one who was a good buddy of Jack's, and Owen is a tremendous baseball player too. But he's over on 7 and 8. But yeah, like I say, he threw it really good yesterday. Really good on the long. I teased him a little bit because we had to order our balls from Rotogrip, the gems that everybody received this weekend, and I poked a little bit of fun at him. I said he's the only one that ordered man weight. He was the only 16-pound ball we had to order.
Wow.
You just don't see many of those anymore. But,
no.
But he still brings a 16-pound ball at 17, 18, 19 mile an hour.
That's impressive. And I remember watching him yesterday. I watched him today a little bit, and now knowing that he's throwing 16 pounds.
Yeah, he's bringing it. He's bringing the high hardwood most generally.
Can't remember the last time I threw 16, and I know if I picked it up right now, I'd be like, please get this out of my hand. Ainsley working on a 4-bagger. Looking for 5 here, about to step up on lane 12.
He's got a chance. Tip.
Good shot.
Bang. Good shot, Owen.
Just because Ainsley is here, she did graciously fill out a profile. Thanks, Dad.
No, I just asked if it got done.
Ainsley enjoys hanging out with friends and coaching Saturday mornings. You don't see a lot of youth players say that.
She's just working on her level 1 now.
How
so
about
she
that?
got to take her test yet, but gone through all the book work for it and take her test. Yeah, she loves helping out on Saturday morning with the littles. She gets in with the bumpers, and works with lane etiquette and get your feet in the right spot and put your right fingers in the ball and all that stuff. She enjoys that.
Josh trying to save a game here. But again, in his overall standings, you always want to have a good finish. Even if you have a nice lead, you want to finish a block strong no matter what. You don't want any bad juju going into the finals. You want to be feeling good, and that was a great ball change.
There was no juju in that. That was 10 in the shed.
The ball change, I think, is what the difference is in this one. He went double 9 spare, and then you saw the S4, the 4-3 in the middle, 9 spare, ball change 3-bagger.
I mean, that just tells you, I mean, just from a knowledge standpoint, I mean, Josh is 13, and I know Dr. Jerry is an amazing coach too, but just the knowledge to know, hey, I'm in the right part of the lane. I just need to see a little different shape, and I know what that next shape is. That just the knowledge that these kids have. I mean, it just blows my mind every time you walk into an event like this, and you know, oh, those kids are 13, 14 years old, and the amount of knowledge they have is tremendous.
Nice shot there, young Austin. And talk about saving a game. Ashland, after the slow start, 3-bagger, 9 spare, 9 spare, 3-bagger, and it's going to be in the 2-0s with a good count.
Crossover.
Oh, good thing she doesn't have to shoot that. She turned that into 2-0-2.
Great game. She's all excited. She's running and telling Mom how good that was.
Yeah, and she should. 26 in the third, and shoots 2-0-2. Throws 6 out of the last 9.
Rep bounced back too good after the middle of that. Kind of got away from him. Got a big fill in the 10th for 190. Oh, wrap 10, good shot.
Again, Bowl Metrics is the place for your standings and results.
So I know we're kind of starting to wrap up game 4 here. The house is starting to transition just a little bit. I'm probably gonna have to bounce out here a little bit. Emil, again, I just want to tell you thank you. I really appreciate your professionalism on this project, and you do a great job. I watch a lot of your YouTube, your Bowl Stream TV stuff anyway. Just because I enjoy watching bowling. I mean, I'm kind of a junkie like that, but at the same time, I mean, just to bring
You're that one view, I guess.
Yeah. to bring a professional level broadcast like this to our first event is something that, again, it's just another value-added experience that we can offer players to, you know, regardless how far you travel to come here. If you can't bring the whole family with, or mom and dad both can't come, you can still follow the action and have Bowl Metrics scoring running. And that's another thing that we didn't talk about. Both Cadillac and Maple, they have lane talk. So you can get on lane talk and you can see how each game operates every every pair in the building. So as I was doing some TD stuff here this morning, I was kind of following the lane talk to see what was going on across the center a little bit. But so that's another thing. You know, it's just all these little value-added things that we really tried to iron out in year 1. It wasn't a home run for sure, but I think you know we have managed our environment pretty well, and I'm excited to run another one. I didn't realize how much work it took, but I really don't care for the next one. I'm ready. It's a great event, and just being able to promote our opportunities from the foundation and you know, again, I'd love to share information with anybody that would have any questions about how our organizations work and how you can bring it to your center. It really just takes a good group of people and willing to get in and do the hard work and get your hands dirty, and that's what it takes. But like I say, happy to share ideas and collaborate on anything like that. If anybody, you know, ybsf2020@gmail.com is our email address. Our Facebook page, you should just search Youth Bowling Scholarship Foundation. You'll find us on Facebook, and like I say, reach out to us if you have questions. We're happy to help. We're certainly not trying to keep it to ourselves. We want to grow the sport and build a base. So appreciate all of those things, and like I say, appreciate you being here with us this weekend. It's a professional face on a great first event, I think.
I appreciate the sentiments. Thank you so much for always watching, and thank you for certainly allowed me to be a part. I'm in it for the growth perspective. Want to be able to help the tournament grow as best as it can and work together in that regard as well. And I look forward to helping you crown champions first and foremost.
Man, I don't know if I mentioned this, but we're giving away $10,000 today. 10 grand across 3 divisions. Find me a youth tournament that does that, and I want to go to that one too. But there aren't many that do that. And like I say, 10K, we're giving $3,000 winners away and championship belts, and I'm super juiced. I'm ready for the finals to get kicking. So we got to get this game 5 and get them cut.
Ooh, good shot. All right, Matthew, I know you got to do your thing.
All right.
I'll
Thanks,
let
sir.
you do that. You're welcome. That
Appreciate
is
it.
Matthew McConaughey. No, not the one with the commercials, but the one who is excellent at what he does here with the Youth Bowling Scholarship Foundation. Again, as he mentioned, be on the lookout. Make sure you follow their page on Facebook. Questions, want to work together in anything, be sure to reach out to them as well. Ainsley is finishing up, as well as Dawson Peterson. Josh Weems with a 10th frame to go, along with Nico Pappas. And then we've got game 5 to go. And we'll know the top 4 players who will be advancing to the stepladder finals here this afternoon. Landon Jordan down on 13 and 14. He has a 4-bagger. Griffin shot 222 on that pair. Griffin is right now outside of the top 4 and needs a couple of good games here late to try to improve his standing. So Griff at minus 102 was 6th. He just shot 222. Landon was 4th at minus 62. He was 40 pins ahead of Griffin, but 4 pins ahead of Zach Andreessen. And he's got a chance to get into the 230s. Ainsley finished with 212. Oh, man. And Joss now with the Greek Church. He did the job to get himself, of course, back in business after the split in the 4th frame. Saw something that he didn't like, made the ball change. He'll take the count. 201. But he will continue to lead the U15 boys division, and unless something really weird happens, he will probably be the #1 seed in U15 boys for the stepladder finals. Meanwhile, Nicholas Pappas, 2 in the 10th, and he's going to be in the 230s with if he can get 8 on the fill at least. Landon did strike, so that is 5 in a row for Landon, and he will be in the 230s as well. Max at 235 with a fill shot to go. Stepladder finals, I believe, will be 1-game matches when we get to that point. Landon did strike. He throws the back 6 for 235. That is a monster game, to say the least, at this point. Again, Landon in 4th, heading into game 4 today at minus 62. That is through 13 games on short, or combined 13 games across short and long. We had the short pattern yesterday morning, 5 games at Cadillac lanes. Then in the afternoon at Cadillac, 5 games on the long pattern. Ethan Caruso was 3rd coming into this game at minus 21, with Lucas Hersrud and Dawson Peterson battling for the top spot at plus 107 and plus 105 respectively. So as we head to game 5, players are moving pairs. I think the staff took care of all of the crossing patterns and issues that they were getting. So game 5 will begin in just a few seconds, actually. We've got 9 and 10 already up and running. I'm going to go make a change.
So if like I wanted to buy trade in infinite physics with John's pricing, that's a bad rack, right?
All right, folks, game 5 is upon us. We are underway with, let's see, we got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and now 11 and 12. Their names are on their respective pairs. And essentially away we go at this point. I'll give Bowl Metrics a few minutes to kind of update, because there looks to be at least one pair down on the high end that just finished up with game 4. But having said that, we got a new guest here for game 5. We mentioned him a little bit earlier, representing Hawkeye Community College today, I should say this weekend. He's been both at Cadillac and today here at Maple Lanes. And that is Roger Taylor. Roger, how you doing?
Doing pretty good. How are you?
I'm well. I appreciate you, A, for hopping in, and then B, just for being at a collegiate event, or excuse me, at this event as a representative of a collegiate program. To me, I think it just speaks volumes, obviously, of who you are, obviously what you're trying to do and what you're trying to build at Hawkeye.
Yeah, it's definitely worked out to where we weren't traveling this weekend, and knowing a lot of other teams are in Milwaukee this weekend for a big Tier 1 tournament. And kind of over the summer, talking to Brandon and Matthew and the rest of the group, talking about this event. I really wanted to be a part of it and be here with it. They want to start something big, bringing a big premier event for youth to Iowa, and it being in our backyard, essentially, I really felt like being a part of it.
To your point, your vantage point, what have you seen? Kind of how's everything looking when you take a look at it from an inaugural event? You got some great talent here, and obviously as a collegiate coach, you're definitely looking at an eye toward the future as well. But how's it been, and what's it like just been watching things for you so far?
Well, like I said, just having a premier event come to Iowa, we don't really have anything like that, and I know that's what they were looking for, but seeing a lot of talent come to Iowa, because I know unless there's like a SYC, I know they had a SYC at the beginning of the summer in the Quad City area, and you saw the Jordans, you saw the Starkeys and the bowlers like that. Sure. At an event like that, so it's nice seeing that representation of the bigger names, and with Brandon showcasing those kids on his Facebook and other social platforms, to where it kind of shows the kids around Iowa what they can pursue, what if they put their mind to it and they're put in the time and effort, what can be accomplished. There's Junior Team USA and scholarships and all this other stuff. And I would say from the collegiate perspective is, it gets them out there, gets them exposure to other coaches and programs, to where they can build those relationships and help them move forward. Looking at, being at Cadillac yesterday for the short pattern in the morning and then the long pattern in the afternoon, pretty contrasting patterns, and seeing how all the kids react. And then going along with today, to seeing how everyone reacts. Overall, I think all these kids have a pretty good head on their shoulders.
It can be very difficult to navigate 3 different patterns. They bowled 10 games in one day yesterday, right? And then had to get up a little extra earlier this morning to come in and challenge themselves in a different center on a different pattern and bowl 5 more games.
Yeah, it's definitely a challenge. Definitely like seeing kids challenge themselves. They have to learn to play different parts of the lane, especially if they want to bowl in college. As well as I do, and then all the other people who are involved with college, is that these are the type of patterns that we see.
Yep.
So it helps them prepare for that next step.
Keegan Stein grab on this pair, 9 and 10 specifically. Ray Lawson off with Vicky Andrews a little bit yesterday after her block. Easton Brand also on 9 and 10 on 11 and 12. Rachel Moore, who is in the mix, was in the top 4 in U18 girls and trying to hold on to a spot for the stepladder finals. Still a few scores missing before I want to go through what we have heading into game 5. Brock Alderson, Josh Burnell, Keaton Bieri, who really throws it well. I know I've said that a ton this week. Micah Jensen will be checking in on his score. We saw him last to start the day. He shot .235 on 9 and 10. And he was a few spots out of the top 4 at that moment. For those who do not know, Roger, where is Hawkeye Community College located? And if someone might be interested in just learning more, how might they do that?
We are located right here in Waterloo. We practice at Cadillac, the other center that hosted this event. And we are roughly about, I would say, less than 10 minutes away from the bowling center. It's not very far and pretty straight shot. And for a lot of the information that you can find would be on hawkeyecollege.edu. It will break everything down from financial aid and scholarships, all the different programs that we offer. And then it will also provide a separate link to our athletics, where it talks about obviously bowling and then some of the other stuff that we offer.
Yesterday, did I hear you say police science? Did I hear you say that?
We have a police science. And so the little bit of background for Hawkeye is when it first started, it was a tech school, so it was Hawkeye Tech. And eventually they became a community college to where they opened it up to different programs. But how it started was the trades, the engineering, and ones like that. So we do have a fair or wider range of different programs. Like the police science, we have dental hygiene, veterinary science or animal science, nursing, physical therapy, occupational therapy. There's business. You know, within the business is accounting, marketing, HR, things like that. So we offer quite the range of different things that you can go to school for. And us being a 2-year, we're associated with the NJCAA. So we just finished our preseason at the end of September. We're not really allowed to compete during that time. Otherwise, we would have been in Rockford last weekend. But so now we're going into our regular season, and we don't really have any restrictions in any way, because in our preseason we were only allowed so much time per the week to meet with our team, whether that be like study tables or workouts, practices, different things like that. So now it's just kind of fair game, opened up, no restrictions. And then our first tournament is scheduled for the end of the month on Halloween weekend, when we go down to Mount Mercy's tournament.
Did that tournament move its dates?
Mount Mercy's?
Yeah.
Not that I'm aware of.
Maybe I just had a different date in mind for some strange reason.
Andy likes having it on the Halloween weekend. One, I know his birthday's on Halloween, so.
Oh, okay.
I'm not saying that's the reason, but.
No. It could be.
He might get some extra.
That's good information, though. Glad you told me that.
He might get some extra candy and other treats on that for that. I've known Andy for quite a while.
Former player, right? Did you tell me that? That sound right?
I am. I graduated from Mount Mercy in 2016. Part of their varsity squad at that point. And it was my junior year of college at Mount Mercy when Andy kind of took over. So that was 2014. He started off as an interim, but wasn't officially until the spring of 2015, I believe.
Nice washout conversion there by Keegan. Keegan took us for a ride during the last game on the long pattern yesterday at the front 8.
That long pattern definitely didn't break down like I thought it would yesterday.
Yeah, I think that was the consensus. It was just, it did not play, again, as anticipated, even from the breakdown perspective. Maybe a couple games, if there were a couple additional games at the end of the block, but it just didn't quite look like it was ever going to really develop. And I put that in air quotes, quote unquote, to, you know, to where you might have a little something to throw at. That looked like it wasn't even a thought.
Definitely not. I would say if any of my players are listening, that I kind of discussed it with the management of Cadillac to put that pattern out for our practice this coming week.
Ooh.
Just to get a little
nice
different perspective on it, see how that works with our players.
All right, so in U15 boys, looks like we've got every score for game 4 except for one player. And that player will not affect the top 5 or 6. So Josh Weems still in the lead, and I think is going to be in the lead again unless something really weird takes place in this final game. Josh will be the #1 seed and will earn, of course, the high qualifier after 15 games of competition in U15 boys. Anthony Swanson is going to be the #2 seed. He is currently -15. And Micah Jensen, who is bowling on 5 and 6, currently is third at -296. He's got a decent cushion actually on fourth. And fourth is Tyler Paulus, who is also bowling on 5 and 6. In fifth place, there's a tie at -405. And so now we're getting into some dangerous territory between Will Hudson, Zane Shockensee, and then just a couple of spots below them, Karsten Guess at 413 and Rush Steen at 415. It's very close for the final spot in U15 boys. So we'll get a chance to see again Tyler and Micah try to hang on to their respective spots inside the top 4. Let's see where. I'm guessing that, yeah, Will Hudson's all the way on the high end. We saw Zane a few games ago on this pair, so I know he's down on the high end as well. He is. And Rush, who was in the top 3 for a little bit, or the top 4, still got a chance. He's sitting in 8th right now. Big game from either of those players, and we could be looking at 2 different players in 3rd and 4th place, respectively. In U18 boys, it was a battle between Lucas Hersrud and Dawson Peterson heading into game 4. Lucas now at +186 overall. Dawson at +96 at this point. Those two are going to be 1-2 in some order, and looks like the order that they're currently in, I think, will remain the same. Ethan Caruso at -23. Let me check this division. Let me just make sure we've got the majority of game 4 already in for those, and it looks like we do. Okay. So one more time, top 4 U18 boys: Lucas Hersrud, Dawson Peterson, Ethan Caruso 3rd at -23, Landon Jordan is 4th at -27, Zach Anderson is 5th, excuse me, -42, and Griffin Jordan still with a chance at -80 is in 6th place. That's pretty tight. Again, for the final 2 spots, so we could basically say there's 4 players for 2 spots in U18 boys, with 1 and 2 essentially accounted for at this point. And in U18 girls, Kiara Maxim has found her way into the top spot at -136. Abigail Starkey is 2nd at -192, followed by Brooke Salzman, who we just saw a game ago, at -224, and Rachel Moore, who is currently holding on to the 4th and final spot for the finals at -255. It's going to take a nice effort from Gianna Brandolino if she is to move into the top 4. She is behind 4th place by 69 pins at the moment. It certainly can be done. We saw G on this pair a game or 2 ago, which means she is not that far away. Actually, she might be on the high end now as well. She was near Griffin and Landon, I think.
Looks like that she would be around 19, 20, or 21 and 22.
That sounds about right. There's Ethan Caruso there as well. So a few players obviously on the high end that we need to kind of check out, keep an eye on. There are a few players that we do have a camera nearby. One, Rachel Moore, the other, Tyler Paulus, as well as Micah Jensen. Yeah, outside of Gianna, Emily Kringle would have needed a huge game. And unfortunately, that will not happen for her here in Game 5. So it's going to be up to Gianna. So to bowl a big game. And Rachel Moore, obviously, so far, she is clean through 7 frames. And that's exactly what you want to do and what you want to see right now if you're Rachel. Just keep it clean and kind of, you're basically forcing Gianna to shoot a big game to try to move past you. Big fan of this scoring pace. I enjoy watching a challenge, and I know most youth players, I think at this level, enjoy the challenge as well. They've definitely gotten that this week.
I always like seeing the grind out type scoring pace, where not everything is a score wars. It's like the Stevie Wonder special. Just kind of go out and throw the ball. I like seeing players getting rewarded for good shot making.
How do you kind of teach or coach that in that sense, like and knowing that you guys see a variety of lane conditions at the collegiate level,
right?
You know, what are some of the keys that you guys focus on in the program for that?
So, like when it comes to shot making, we were kind of, since I took over for this season as the head coach, one thing I wanted to focus on was making sure that our bowlers know where they're at, lining up on the approach to what they're aiming for on the lane. So we're going to kind of go into tracking, having them track on how they line up to certain spots on the lane or certain zones, and that counts, tracking your drift and where you slide, where you finish, and things like that. I want them to be aware of what they're doing and why they're doing what they're doing. So this past week we didn't really bowl because we wanted to make sure that Cadillac was able to get the stuff done that they were able to for this weekend. So we just kind of left it to where we had a couple classroom sessions this week. We did some other team bonding stuff and different things for practice. So one classroom session we had was, kind of going over equipment and lane play, kind of what to expect when you're at a college tournament. And then we had another session where we talked about the mental game. And the main focus about that was controlling what you can control. And a lot of that would be the internal things that you can control. And everything outside of that, the external, is essentially things that you can't. Because Connor right here, right in front of us, can't control what Keegan or Vicky do. And that's kind of the main focus that we had with that one. And then we went into the self-talk and things like that, just trying to eliminate all the negativity. Which so far, talking to our players since then, we have one walking around today taking video for some of the other players that are from the Minnesota and Wisconsin area. They have a couple YouTube channels that they filmed for. He thanked us yesterday, both myself and our assistant, for the mental training that we had on Wednesday. It is, especially the higher level that you get to me, the more it becomes of a mental game.
Right. No doubt. I think there's no question about it.
Yeah, I mean, we focus a lot on spares and other things like that, but the main thing is being able to line up and track everything and make sure that they're focused on their mark. Learning the front to back aspect instead of the left and right, which kind of blew a lot of their minds, especially coming from high school.
Right.
And thinking about house shots, and you tell them that, what's your break point? I don't know. Oh, what do you look at? Do you look at anything down lane? No, I just look at the arrows. And well, that's one thing we touched on when we talked about the lane play and stuff, is whether it's here, kind of how like you have the light colored boards on 9, 10, 11, you can still use that mark here for lane surfaces like this, or we go to Cadillac where they actually have the range finders. You know, use those markings to kind of see where your ball is coming off the end of the pattern. Watch it hook, like where is it hooking? Because again, a lot of them are just used to kind of stand left, throw right, watch the ball hook. So we tried to change that thinking. I thought I was able to make out that Gianna had a decent game going. Now I can't really tell anymore.
Which lane did you see potentially that she was on?
She was on 21, 22.
21 and 22.
Yep. I know they have lane talk here, so I
Oh, yeah.
guess I could probably pull it up here.
I just learned that, too.
Last time I tried using lane talk on my phone, I couldn't get it to work all that well. Guess I'd rather go the old-fashioned way, just walk up and down the lane.
All right, so Gianna is on 21 and 22. And let's see, unfortunately, well, back-to-back opens for G, it looks like. And actually 3, make it 4 opens in the game, if I'm reading this correctly. And the last time I used lane talk, I realized I was reading something incorrectly, so I always now double check to make sure I'm reading it right. If that's the case, though, that is not going to be enough, certainly, and especially what Rachel Moore is doing. She did exactly what you would want to do in a kind of a closeout type situation.
She kept everything safe. She's clean this last game.
She did not have to take any risks, and sometimes you got to weigh that factor. You know, if you're out of the cut and need a big game, sometimes you got to take a risk. If you're in the number and knowing that someone's going to have a big game just to beat you, making sure you keep clean, make spares, and she's going to be in the 2-0s. She's going to find herself in the finals.
Yep.
A chance to win a $1,000 scholarship today.
That'll definitely be exciting. I know, talking about it at dinner last night, and then I'm sure Brandon and Matthew talked about it while they were in the booth, but having a prize fund like that and offering that kind of first place prize for these kids is something that you don't see very often. The only other event that I know of that has a significant prize fund is the Midwest Youth Championship up in Alexandria, Minnesota.
That's $5,000 for first, right?
Yep.
Sound like that, right?
Yep.
It's a pretty cool event too, from what I just saw just via social media.
Yeah.
They're doing some cool stuff though.
Yep, I've been up there the last couple summers, got to know Nevin a little bit. He does a fantastic job, I think, running that event and getting the sponsorship to be able to pay out funds like that and have those big top prizes. He gets a pretty good following, and being essentially full for 3 days for the multiple squads that he has, and kind of the unique format to where you bowl your qualifying, and then I think it's depending on how many kids he has in each division, where it's a percentage that moves on to Sunday. And then they sell out for their adult youth Friday nights and Saturday nights for that event too. He just does a pretty good job.
There's an adult youth tournament as well? Is that what you
Yeah,
said?
kind of like a side thing.
Okay.
That's sold out. The 2 summers I've been there, it's both their adult youth shifts have sold out each day. So they have one Friday night and then one Saturday night. And I believe, I don't know how they do it. I think they raffle off to see who, because they'll invite a pro. Like this last year, they had Diana.
Zabialova?
No, it was.
Okay.
I don't know why I'm blanking on her name. Just won Rookie of the Year. Solova?
2021 Rookie of the Year?
Yes.
Stephanie Zavala?
Yes.
Okay.
Stephanie. She was out there. And she bowled with a little girl on Saturday night, and everyone seemed to have fun. I know the year before they had Brianna Cote and Daria Payak out there, and everyone seems to have a good time when the pros come out.
Huge shot there by Micah Jensen. I mentioned where he was in the standing. Let's reiterate that as he is in the 10th frame. Again, in U15 boys, Micah was 3rd at -296. He's trying to hold on to a spot so he can minimize the damage. If he can strike here, that would put him in the 190s. And he had a big lead, or a substantial, I should say, over Tyler Paulus, who's also on this pair. Another good one. All right, so Mike is going to be in the 190s. Tyler, I'm going to say Tyler's going to need a double to feel good. Without knowing, let's see what Will Hudson and Zane Shaughnessy are doing down on the high end. Zane's got a pretty decent game going. So that'll be something to keep an eye on. And we'll find Will Hudson. And the Will is down there as well. There he is. He's on 24. Well, he opened in the 10th, 2 on a 3-bagger. Nice game by Micah, 194 to finish. This is Tyler Paulus. I think a double, he feels pretty good.
Oh.
That's a good shot. He leaves a 4-pin. And so now best he can do is shoot 168.
Will Hudson just walked by right behind us.
Unfortunate there, miscue in the 10th frame for Tyler. I can't pull up his final game. But now let's see, and I missed Zane's final game as well. They should appear hopefully in the completed portion right now. I'm seeing 196 here. I'm not sure if that's correct. Specifically for Zane. I'm seeing 210 there for Will. Again, unconfirmed, not sure. But if that's the case, let's see. So if Will shoots 210, we'll just add 10 or subtract 10, excuse me, from his total. Breaking news, Lucas Hersrud has the front 9 on 1 and 2.
I think he had 270 or 280 last game too.
So what I'm going to do, Roger, is I'm going to have you kind of chat for a little bit. I'm going to go turn that camera.
I'm going to try to pull up my lane talk so I can try to see.
All right, so Lucas Hersrud just in time. He's up. He's going to enter the left side of your screen here momentarily. He's on the front nine, his 10th frame shot, first one. Looks like he did not get the 10 out. Good shot. He has owned this pattern today.
Yes.
And he was doing great work on the short pattern. He shot 149 in the final game yesterday morning. Didn't go plus on the long pattern, but didn't hurt himself, obviously. And, boy, he is just running them over today. Makes the spare. This would be his second 279 today. Lucas has gone his third. I beg your pardon. The first one we saw was game 2. You just said you thought he shot 260 or 270 before, and he did. So he's on 243, 279, 232, 279, and strike here 279. I think he's going to win the medal for him.
Yeah. Safe to say he likes this pattern.
.278. That's impressive. He is going to be the #1 seed in U18 boys. And unless something has changed, but he will have one game to try to nail down $1,000. I think the good news for Lucas, just based on how he's thrown it today, there is no although it didn't matter, right? Because he shot 230, 270 on the fresh.
Yeah.
but we're not re-oiling, so even if it's just one game, and obviously he's going to be the top seed, he probably and you say that now, and stepladder finals can go all kinds of different ways, especially in the earlier matches, but
anything could happen in a one-game match.
All right, Roger, what are you thinking here? What do we got?
Well, it almost looks like Dawson Peterson finished with a, can't really tell from here, but
All right, so it looks like qualifying has completed.
like
Please
180,
make sure your
190
score sheets
Okay.
his last game, but still should be in
behind
second
lanes 17
place.
and 18. We will go through score validation. This is also last call for raffle tickets. We're going to close the raffle in about 5 minutes, so according to my watch, that's 11:47. If you want more raffle tickets the next 5 minutes, come purchase.
So if we take Will Hudson's score at 210, that would put him.
Our finals are going to be conducted on lanes 7 through 12. We'll go through kind of how that's going to work here in just a little bit. But last call for score sheets, last call for raffle tickets.
Where are we done? That's U15 boys, right? Yeah.
Yep.
So Will, and in fact, his total is already in bowl metrics, that's the beauty of bowl metrics. And the great staff here getting the scores out already. So by that, Will is already at minus 395. So that may, I think if this is correct, Will Hudson is going to be in. Let me check if Tyler's score, which I think is also in. If that is correct, Will shooting 210 in the final game. Yeah, they do have Tyler's score. Tyler's score is in, and Will Hudson looks like he's going to nab the 4th spot. Micah Jensen remains in 3rd. Josh Weems is going to be the number 1 seed, and I don't have Anthony's final tally as well, but Anthony should be the number 2 seed. And looks like Zane Shaughnessy is going to finish 5th. Tyler Paulus may finish 6th. Rush Steen will finish 7th. Karsten Guess 8th. Again, all scores right now unofficial at the moment. If you're just joining us or have joined us late, qualifying is now officially complete here at the inaugural Midwest Youth Main Event. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Roger Taylor Jr. has joined me for Game 5. Roger represents, he is the head coach of Hawkeye Community College here in Waterloo. We've been talking about, well, obviously watching Game 5 unfold. We had a few players within our range who were in the battle for spots in their respective divisions to get to the final tally, or the final 4. Then we saw Lucas Hersrud have the front 9 in his final game. He shoots 278, I think 13-11 for 5 games today for Lucas Hersrud. 262.2. Man.
And Bowl Metrics has him at plus 264 for his 15 games.
So the finals will take place at approximately, I'm going to say at this point, approximately 12:20. And or earlier, depending on how fast the staff can handle score verifications. I'll drop that message up for you. We'll do some additional updating regarding standings once we have all of the available scores. Let's see. I've got a camera to move. And before I do that, Roger, any final thoughts on what you've seen in these last 2 days of competition?
I mean, kind of recapping a little bit, just kind of amazed on how the kids are today, how advanced they are. Because like when I was Josh's age at 13, I wasn't anywhere close to that. I mean, back then I didn't even know what a sports shot was. But just seeing what kids like this have accomplished in their young careers is pretty fascinating, and he's pretty fun to watch. I'm sure you've seen a lot of them at the EYTs and stuff like that. But he's become pretty good friends with Rush and the Steens. I know they hang out with Swanson quite a bit. But yeah, seeing a lot of those kids just connect and build their friendships and bowl events like this, and travel around, challenging themselves. Definitely would like to see this keep growing more and more.
Well, I'm imagining that, as we talked about earlier, it was with Matthew and Brandon, and obviously they'll be going back to the drawing board and getting all the feedback and figuring out ways to even make it better than what it already has been proven to be so far. But I think it's on the radar for next year already, and rightfully so. I think they've done a wonderful job, and we're not even done yet. We've got champions to crown, and we will do that. Again, this is an approximate guess. I'm thinking 12:20, and it certainly could be earlier. So just keep it locked right here. I'm not going to shut the stream down. We'll keep it locked. I know they've got some raffles to take care of.
47, the raffle is closed.
Raffle is closed, according to Matthew McConaughey.
So how this is going to work is we have a table full of prizes. Brandon and Dan are over at the raffle ticket table.
For the YBSF, it does take a lot of time and prep and passion to build an event like this. I know they put a lot of time into it.
They both talked about that. All right, so there's some raffle. I'm gonna let that air for a little bit. I'm gonna go change or move a camera so I can prepare for the stepladder finals a little bit. I don't know who might join me, if anybody. But Roger, if you're available, you're more than welcome to join. I'll leave it between you, Brandon and Matt, whoever is available. I'm happy to have you.
No problem. I'm here till the end of the tournament, so.
Excellent. Okay, well, we'll take a small break, folks. I'll come back and update you if anything changes in regards to the time for the finals. I'm going to go move a camera, and when we come back, we'll have stepladder finals and crown some champions, $1,000 scholarships for first place, and some really cool championship belts. That's all next on Bowlstream TV.
All right, bowling ball's gone. Second winner, pink ticket, 042-56807.
Keegan.
042. Oh. We got a winner. Go pick your prize. So we forgot about this earlier. We did a refer a friend contest on Facebook. If you referred somebody to the event, you won a prize. We had a drawing for a Rotogrip backpack. Sarah Lego, are you still here? Sarah Lego. Lagoo, sorry. Is she here? Hey, congratulations, you won a backpack. Congratulations. Sorry, guys, I wanted to catch her before she left. What did we take? AJ Chapman jersey is gone. Third ticket winner, pink ticket, 042-56233. 042-56233.
Tyler's gonna hate you.
042-56233. Going once?
I got it.
Oh, going twice? No. We got a winner. Go take the prize, Brad. Over here.
really fun. That was an issue a long time ago. We've moved on past it.
Chamois gone. One of them. We got more chamois than that. Next winner, 042-56646. There's still a high five jersey over there, right? That's a winner.
I don't know what's around here.
When I looked on my phone, ton of places closed for the Sunday. The problem we ran into at state tournament when we were up there. If we got done with team events, there's nowhere to eat.
Jersey's gone. Green ticket, 0556. Excuse me. I'm going to start over. 055-06974. We got a winner. Head on over to the table over there.
Tom said it's up to 20 over 2 teams. Still got 2 weeks to go.
All right, we got a few prizes left. Pink ticket, 042-56496. We got a winner. Pink ticket 042-56192. 042-56192. Going once. Congratulations. All right, here comes another winner. Pink ticket 042-56561. 042-56561. You got a winner? We got a winner. Head on over to the table. Green ticket 055-06951. 055-06951. Green ticket. We got a winner. Last one right here. Pink ticket 042-56929. That's a winner. So we are going to get our stepladder finals here started in just a few minutes once we get scores validated. Before everybody takes off, I just want to tell everybody thank you so much on behalf of the YBSF for coming out and bowling with us this weekend. It took a yeoman's effort from us to try to get this thing pulled off, and it took you guys coming to bowl to really make it work. So thank you so much. Keep an eye on our Facebook page. We're going to run another one. It's just a matter of when. So we'll get a date. We'll get some dates together. We are also running junior gold qualifiers. We're going to run a tournament series starting next month in October. It happens to be in conjunction with the same weekend as Greater Iowa. Those will be run over at Cadillac. Keep an eye on our Facebook page for those events. We have flyers up at the front desk as well. Big poster up by the front door that also has a QR code on it to enter for those. So keep an eye out for those. Thanks again, everybody, for coming. We'll get our stepladder final set up and running here just shortly.
Tablet. Hey. Baylor, where are you going? Alright, grab your tablet. We're gonna go. Okay. I don't know where it's at. I'll have to follow us. We're gonna go.
right, ladies and gentlemen, and I appreciate those of you who were watching on YouTube and wondering why there was no volume, which I hope did not come across on Mr. Matthews Awards presentation. Something happened actually during the break where things kind of went haywire. You thought you fixed everything, and then apparently there's no audio. But we got it now. All right, so we are into the finals. This is the first match. We've got 3 stepladder finals ongoing. We're going to be switching back and forth between 9, 10, 11, and 12, and 7 and 8. From left to right, 7 and 8, Will Hudson, who came back and ran down the 4th seed, shot 210 to earn the 4th seed in U15 boys. He is facing Micah Jensen. Then on 9 and 10, we have the U18 girls match, or stepladder, I should say, in the opening match. Rachel Moore taking on Abigail Starkey, and Rachel did a great job of remaining clean in her final game of qualifying here this afternoon to hold on to the 4th spot. I'll double check with Bowl Metrics just to make sure she did not move up to the 3rd seed. Again, so it's Moore versus Starkey. And then on 11 and 12, good shot there by Rachel. Ethan Caruso, and that turned into a battle between Ethan Caruso, Zach Andreessen, and Landon Jordan. And in the end, it was Zach able to come through and snap the 4th spot. Ethan Caruso's 3rd, and Landon unfortunately finished 5th, just outside of the top 4. Matthew McConaughey is joining me now. Thank you for joining us and tuning in, of course, as well. Boy, Matt, how do you see these things unfolding here?
Man, I tell you what, if you had to ask for matches, you look at what we're going to have coming at us for this event as a tournament director, and thanks to Angie for kind of taking over some of those duties so I could jump in here with you, Emil. Some of the kids that are going to come through this is just the talent is a great shot.
All right. Oh, come on, Internet. We're almost done. We are in the finals. Just to the left, you can see Micah Jensen, and we'll take a look at 7 and 8 here coming up next. He's off to a nice lead here. We'll give you the radio call regarding score on 7 and 8. During the midst of the haywire, lost a scoreboard there as well. Meanwhile, this is Starkey. That's a good 9. And Zach over on 11 and 12 looking at a potential. There it is. There's the conversion right there. The old 210. And Jensen firing a double to the left side.
He was watching that go through the pins on lane 5. He ran that out. He knew that was good.
In this format, how did you guys come up with, how you would handle the finals? And I know there are really a lot of ways you can go these days in regarding, how you kind of end a tournament, if that makes sense.
Sure. No, I mean, as a committee, we have a number of competitive bowlers for children. And Brandon is a real experienced bowler as far as competitively too. We look at a lot of different formats, and we really just like the idea of a stepladder finals, just because you get some reward for leading the tournament. We gave a little bit of a bonus for high qualifiers too, but at the same time you earn, whatever those top 2 spots are, you're going to guarantee yourself one of those 2 spots, and that's really something that you should have in my opinion, as the leader of the tournament. Some will say that it's a little bit of a detriment because you have to wait so long to bowl and all these other things. But if you're going to guarantee me 2nd place because I led the tournament, I think that's a pretty good win. So that's where we kind of came from, is from that standpoint. Just we thought that was the most equitable and the most fair. And it's the most exciting. I mean, head-to-head bowling is something that can generate a lot of excitement. So shot for shot, mano a mano, however you want to put it, but it's exciting to watch.
Speaking of excitement, we'll watch Abby here, and then we'll take you to Will Hudson. And there is Will.
I wasn't familiar with this young man before he came to us this weekend. Man, he throws it amazing. He throws it so good.
I got a chance to have a little intel about Will, talking to his dad. And Will gets some lessons and works with Kayla Johnson. Kayla and Danny, former Nebraska collegiate players, national champions, have both bowled a little bit on the PWBA tour. In Peoria, they own a pro shop. Unrelated, big Cardinals fans. I don't know how you feel about that. So talking to his dad this week, taking videos of certain shots this week, and sending them back to Kayla and Danny, and definitely I don't think it's going to be the last. We'll see, that's for sure. Micah clean now. He's got 86 in the fourth. Working on a spare in the fifth. Rachel Moore strikes just off to the right, and boy, she has gone strike, spare, four-bagger, and looking pretty good. Abby still with some life, though. That was a huge double from Starkey here in these last couple of frames. If Micah strikes here, and I liked his look on the fresh, and as the day went on, he looked like he had a lot of miss room. Which obviously any player would love a little miss room.
Right.
And I felt like he had a couple of boards left that he could go. And off to the right on 11 and 12. Zach just threw one, unfortunately, in the channel. Here's Moore. And now of course, the unfortunate break.
Well, and Abby made a ball change too. It looked like she was in an idle Helios, and I'm not quite sure what she switched to. The Helios is just so recognizable. But she made a ball change there and then made that big double. So maybe she'll get a little lined up here.
This is Rachel Moore, left side of your screen. Okay, that thing bounced.
Pretty exciting to have Rachel here with us this weekend too. She's a reigning teen Masters champion, which is pretty cool. Heck of an accomplishment for that. Abby up here in the seventh with a big shot. Big triple there.
Wow. Can't get a good eye on the ball return to see what Abby did make a switch to.
Unfortunately for me, the color of the Infinite Physics and an IQ Tour look very, very similar.
Watch Abby shot here. Meanwhile, Micah Jensen just left the, of course, he's left-handed, the 3-6-7. And Will Hudson did follow up with a double. What big time shots those were. It's Caruso. Oh, nicely done. I think we caught that one just in time. Micah Jensen, and he is inching closer to advancing. Now back to Moore.
Good shot.
So max scores now for Starkey. Let's see. 248, 246 for Moore, 248 for Starkey. High flush there for Zach.
And you asked why we chose stepladder finals. Micah's trying to run away over there.
He is. He's got at the moment, comfortable lead. That's a big shot. I'll start, Rachel Moore. So this one's in the court of Abby Starkey. Right now it's double and 9 to shut out Rachel Moore. Ethan Caruso is clean through 7. First shot here for Starkey. Again, double and 9. She gets the shutout. All right, Will Hudson makes it spare. That's the 8th frame for Will. And he is trailing by 45 pins with 2 frames to go. So Abby now going to need a little help. And that was strike, including the strike in the 9th frame. Speaking of the double and 9 in the 10th, that's what she was going to need. She made the spare. Good shot there by Will in the 10th. Will can get to 181. So that one not quite sewed up yet, but Micah Jensen just has to stay out of trouble. Meanwhile, Ethan Caruso. Nice shot. 3 in a row for Caruso. Again, he was in a battle with Zach, and Landon for the final 2 spots in the U18 boys division. And now I got a max score of 247. Jensen on the left side. And it out a little bit, and that's going to do it. Micah going to advance. Starkey, now her max is 226. And now a 7-pin here for Abby.
The boys match is tightened up too. Must strike here for Andreessen on 11. Abby's got to have a spare here first.
Micah just tossed the first one in the 10th. He is going to advance. He's going to defeat Will Hudson. Starkey makes the spare. Andreessen. He's got 212 max, but he needs them all. One is through the nose. And Ethan Caruso just needs some pins. Let's see Micah here. And he's going to be in the 230s. And you see Starkey on the right side of your screen. Official tally 212. Andreessen is going to finish with 187. He shakes hands. Rachel's going to go first here. We'll see. I'll tell you what Micah did. Rachel, high flush. That's a winner. Abby had a chance. She needed to strike in the 9th. If she had, that would have been a double and 9 to shut out. Final look here at Will Hudson. Young man's growing by the minute in regards to his talents and game. And to come back from a game of 91. He shot 91 yesterday. Obviously speaks volumes of his abilities and really his ability to kind of mentally focus.
And he's going to get a $250 Smart Fund scholarship for his efforts this weekend too. So congratulations to him. Good weekend. Anytime you can go to a tournament and bring home a check, that's a successful weekend.
233 to 212 officially. .234 to 187. Final shot from Will Hudson. It will be 236 to 178. Jensen defeating Hudson in U15. just like that, we'll be set here for match 2 in just a moment. Top 4 advance. We check bowl metrics, the way things worked out.
Going against Anthony Swanson. On 9 and 10, we will have Rachel Moore.
Josh Weems, again, the top seed in U15 boys. Anthony Swanson was second. Again, Micah Jensen and Will Hudson. So Micah advances now to face Anthony Swanson. Those players were down on the high end, keeping warm on the warm-up pairs. U18 boys, Lucas Herzrud just dominated today. 13-11 for 5 games. The number 1 seed, he will still have 1 game to go. Up next is Dawson Peterson in the U18 boys. He will face Ethan Caruso. And in U18 girls, of course, Rachel Moore got the victory over Abigail Starkey. She will face Brooke Salzman, member of Junior Team USA, with Kira Maxim, the number 1 seed, and waiting in the wings. I believe it is 2 shots.
Yes, yep, 2 shots for the blows coming in. I had to double check Lucas's score this morning. With the big numbers he had, I thought for sure there had to be an 800 in there someplace.
Right.
780.
You're right.
4, 5, something like that. That's close. Pardon my bad math, but yeah, 780 for his last 3 this morning. Just tremendous. Just pound the pocket all day long.
I called it infinite physics. That's what it looked like to me. So. Good bowling this week. Thanks for coming. Seriously, appreciate it.
Thank you, Brad.
All right, taking a look at players again who now joined us. Dawson Peterson has been very good throughout, and kind of like Lucas Herzrud in that regard. The scores differ a little bit, but Dawson has at times has been just, I feel, as dialed in as Lucas has. So it's going to be a very tough match with he and Ethan Caruso. We've seen Brooke Salzman come through with a lot of great shots. I thought she threw it really well today, and obviously one of the reasons why she is where she is in the tournament. And then on the other side here is Anthony Swanson, who could definitely win this tournament. He has got all of the game that you would want. I think also the temperament as well. So that's going to be fun between he and Micah Jensen. Who do with what you've seen today and how and really at this point, again, no re-oil.
If Micah can stay within himself and stay present, honestly, I Josh's bowl great all weekend. Micah's got to look that he's got room on both. He's got room, a little hold, little hook. I mean, he's got some room, and he throws it really good. If he can stay within himself, I think that'll be a really good. She throws it so good. But I mean, Rachel, Teen Masters champion, she can make some shots. She is. That's a toss up. I'm not gonna try to pick that one. Dawson, I was teasing his high school teammate Peyton Rowley, trying to get her to come down for us this weekend. So good. But Ethan's an EYT champion. Those fields are ridiculously hard. So that could go either way. But Dawson has a lot of temperament.
The chat, but still experiencing a few connectivity hiccups. Please just kind of hang in there as best as you can. We appreciate. Start again, U18 girls on the left of your screen, U18 boys On the right of your screen, you 15 boys are on 7 and 8. Uh-oh. All right, Rachel gave that one a run early.
Watching here at SYC Wichita a few weeks ago, watching Rachel, it doesn't matter what she leaves, she expects to pick it up. I mean, just the confidence that exudes from her. It doesn't matter what it is, she expects to make it. So you kind of see a little bit of disgust after leaving that, but even the same disgust for not making it.
Opening shot there for Anthony Swanson. Didn't like it, but he'll take that break. Micah Jensen open with 9 spare. They are through just 1 frame. First shot for Salzman. High flush, able to trip before. There's Dawson Peterson, again from Stewartville, Minnesota. 8 spare in the first. 10 back in the second. Now back to Swanson. And trouble there for Anthony. Big 4 here in the second frame. Emil Williams Jr. with Matthew McConaughey. Finals of the Midwest Youth main event. There's Salzman on the right of your screen. That's through the nose, and now Caruso. And he leaves a 2-4 A-10 early enough in the match. But, you know, that's one of those where against a quality opponent, obviously, you want to limit the amount of open frames as best as you can.
Maybe just a little quick. I mean, a little amped up maybe early. I'm not sure, but I mean, Ethan did. Yeah, like I say, probably just a little quick. Alignment looked okay.
Oh. Salzman will take 2 from that 3-6-10. 2 on the count for Caruso, and now Jensen asking it to wheel, and it carries.
Little slap out there.
Look at Jensen. Well, he's supremely talented.
He's a showman too. He's fun to watch. He's a good time.
He reminds me of like he and Josh have a lot in common on how they kind of handle their business on the lanes. How, you know, they get animated a little bit. The showmanship part as well. And now Ethan, that's trouble there when you go light 2-4-8-10 on the right lane. Big shot there again for Jensen. And then you go, and then you go. Make sure I keep all cameras on Rachel Moore on split conversions. But that could be tough sledding, is the point that we're trying to make there. Swanson strikes off camera there. He's 2 for 2 on the right lane, is Anthony.
If he just stays down and doesn't pop up, that ball doesn't check early, and it gets through the fronts like it should. It stays on line.
I was pretty impressed with Rachel and just kind of how she handled business in the final game of qualifying. You know, knowing that Gianna Brandolino would need a big game to move past her and take that 4th spot. She just kind of handled business, didn't give up any open frames, remained clean. Out of Salzman. Quality shot. 10 pin. We've got spares across the board. Swanson with a 5 pin left of your screen. And an open frame for Dawson. And when you got your opponent maybe, you know, trying to figure out ball reaction. Open frame there. Gotta give him a little bit of life, and now that lead is just 15 for Dawson.
Quality move there by Dawson though too. He missed that spare. He kind of came back, grabbed his water bottle, kind of checked himself. Didn't let the snowball start running. Right. I mean, he kind of slowed everything down, see if he can settle in, make a good shot here, and get his process working again.
Micah Jensen now with spare 3-bagger. That ball track you see on the right of your screen was Dawson Peterson through the nose, and he leaves something that he can make. That's a good shot. Maybe a ball change, I think, as well from Salzman. It's 42-foot lane condition. Jensen left side. And a little light as he leaves a bucket. So far, with a championship match to go in each division, but I'd have to give the leader in the best ball reaction category to Micah Jensen.
100%. And he's the only lefty. So we kind of talked about lefties earlier when I was in here today, but he kind of found that reaction out. I'm sure that's a pitch black or a fever pitch. I mean, it's a storm urethane ball of some kind, I'm confident of, and just rolling it up the outside, and he's making it work, making it look really good. This girls pair is getting a little hook spot right there where Rachel just got the ball down lane.
Oh, how about that? 4 into the 6.
You get it going forward on that spot, and it's going high.
6 into the 4. I beg your pardon. There's a good one. And I guess at this point, yeah, the best right lane ball reaction. I mean, Anthony Swanson is just dead perfect on the right lane on lane 8. Ethan Caruso, important double potentially. And I think Ethan experiencing maybe some over-under right now. Did a good job of breaking down splits. Can Swanson strike on the left lane?
Big break there. Collapse the 610 to just leave a 7-pin over there.
Unfortunately, Ethan Caruso did not get any count. He did go for that split. And so 3 splits in 5 frames for Caruso. He's got 59 in the 5th frame. And Rachel Moore, as you just saw to the right of your screen, just missed a 10-pin. So she's got 3 opens in 5 frames. As we watch Swanson, he'll take care of his 7-pin. Now back over to Dawson Peterson. Kelly got that one left early, or sorry, at the release point. And the good news there for Ethan Caruso is, Dawson doesn't have a good beat on kind of what his ball reaction is doing as well. So Caruso's still in the match. Micah Jensen struck in the 6th. Look out.
Don't let Ethan hang around. I mean, I've seen him bowl far too many EYT finals that you keep giving him chances, he's gonna walk through the door eventually.
Understanding the moment, and even in the situation, hey, I don't really have much, but that's when you get to another level. Try to figure out what you need and how to get there.
The great ones get that one that they need when they need it.
All right, let's see what Dawson has here. It's a better shot. Yep. Good quality shot there. Push a little. Oh, excellent shot there for Brooke. Man. Rachel Moore's going split, double, and she missed the 10-pin, and that time able to kick the 10-pin. Now Caruso, boy, if he can get any kind of momentum going, start with the 6th frame. That one is pure.
Be interesting to see if Ethan can get this one. Bang.
And speaking of putting pressure, Rachel Moore does the same thing on the left, and they both strike. And so what Anthony Swanson has done here is he is going to keep Micah Jensen honest. Big shot there. It's a huge double. And And that's a huge strike in the 8th frame for Micah Jensen. We'll square you up with Jensen and Swanson here. You could tell Dawson thought he really threw that one good. And I think he did as well. All right, so in the Jensen-Swanson match, Micah Jensen max score now 246, 156 in the 7th, strike in the 8th, as you saw. Anthony Swanson 106 in the 4th, max score of 224. Working on a double, and meanwhile Brooks Salzman is kind of now putting the pedal down. And there's some trouble. First mistake all day, really, for Micah Jensen.
Really good shot by Rachel right there, too, on lane 10.
Pins bounce here. Let's see what happens. Uh-oh, don't get 0. Well, Micah gets 0 there. That could hurt. And now the max is down to 210. And the ball is firmly, oh, get out of there, 7-10, firmly into the court of Anthony Swanson. He can kind of step up here, strike in the 9th, and put work in the 10th and shut out Micah Jensen and advance to the title match. Here's his 9th frame shot. Bang. Rachel Moore needed that one to really kind of have any chance here late. With a max of 236 for Brooks Salzman. So Swanson already with 134 in the 7th with a 3-bagger. This could be the one, Matthew. And no love on the 10-pin.
The messenger tried. It tried. It was close.
That would have been a potential game winner. Instead, Jensen will have a chance to step up and win this match and advance to the championship. Swanson with 163 in the 8th, again working on the 10-pin there. He has yet to shoot it. Frames, Dawson hasn't quite found the look in that, and he's made a mistake or two as well. That one is almost even in a sense. Swanson makes the spare. Salzman continues to strike. Looks like she is going to advance to the title match. So 188 the max for Caruso. This is Peterson. All right, 9 gets him to 202.
Big shot by Doss over there on 12. Great shot. Pressure shot.
And what that does is now puts a little bit of pressure, but this 10th frame obviously of utter importance. 202 the max. And that's going to do it. I still think he had the best ball reaction.
I agree, and honestly, it comes down, you know, still an excellent weekend for Mike. I mean, take nothing away from him. He had a fantastic weekend.
First one in the 10th, and so now what that has allowed, an advance to the U15 Brooks Salzman for the championship.
And they were super excited when they saw it.
I don't think you.
Man, but great weekend from both Ethan, players of that caliber, coming to our event this week.
All right, folks, if you can hear me.
Into our final matches of the day. On lanes 7 and 8. On 7 and 8. This is top seed Lucas Hurstred. Good luck to everyone.
Hey, Dawson, Lucas. Good luck, guys. Nine your way. Okay.
2 shots on each lane. So Kira Maxim, U18 girls top seed. Interested to see how she plays the lanes. So I'll be paying attention here in practice. Watched Joss late. I remember what was it, game 3 or 4 we were here. I made a ball change on 11 and 12 to finish strong. And of course, Lucas Hersrud. I mean, you know, you shoot 13-11 for 5 games on a pattern. You anticipate, one would think, certainly, but you got to bowl the 10 frames.
Well, he hasn't been on this pair, and he hasn't been on this pair for a while, and there's 2 more games from the last shot.
Did Josh throw his practice shots already?
I know I saw him throw a couple. I don't know if he threw the. We were talking about staging as far as times and stuff, and trying to.
They don't waste time.
All Minnesota for the U8.
Kira, or Brooke, is joking with Kira that she's being iced. So looks like Dawson is ready to go. And I think that does indeed.
We're giving away $1,000 for each of these winners and a championship belt. How exciting is that? Winner's going to take home $1,000. Second place, I believe, is $525, something in that ballpark. 100. So
Anthony.
Good break there for Brooke, only leave it to 7.
And Josh was through the nose there.
Giving Dawson a little
rare mistake early for Josh Weems. Folks hate to continue to hamper on it, but which is what you don't want to do. But I do want to just let you know that I'm aware of what's happening, and we and the staff have tried the connectivity issues that we are experiencing. I know it's not obviously the best viewing experience for you on the other end. Swanson left of the script time too, based on this match again with Micah Jensen. All right, wrapped in for Kira Maxim. Powerful, powerful. Good break for Swanson there. 3-bagger, now just a 6-pin. And Kira Maxim just missed a 10-pin there. We've seen a couple of miscues on single pins already. For a couple of players, Josh missed one in frame 2. Well, you get out, you had a little break, right? You know, time in between, you warm up a little bit. Missed a single pin in. Maxim in some trouble. Now that is 3 consecutive opens to start this championship match. Again, $1,000 to the winner. Hersrud. Nothing doing. Josh Weems, big double. Well, Matthew threw, obviously U15 boys, as we just talked about, going very quickly. But through the first few frames here, I mean, I think there's no surprises, right, from either of these matches, maybe except Kira Maxim getting off to the slow start.
You know what? The way the 9 and 10 has kind of developed, that they kind of burnt that spot up down lane 9, 10, 11 ish, and Kira really likes to bend it. She wants to twist it. That's her A game. That's what she likes to do, and so that's probably a little bit of highlight reel for her a little bit. You know, she gets a little right, it wiggles, and get it to that spot going forward a little bit, and it goes high. Brooke has kind of tamed that out, almost playing a little bit more of a fallback to get the ball going forward kind of off that spot, it looks like to me.
He's left to think Caruso. Just proven to be very successful. Swan spare, 8 spare strike. Josh Wing. As interesting as it is, Josh put his ball down to go back. I'm sure intending to watch here. About
Get out
that.
of there.
Oh, that's huge there. Kira Maxim still continuing to struggle here.
Kind of this look at different times through the weekend, no matter how good they were bowling. There was times where they had this kind of game. Unfortunately for her, it's happening now, but you know, you would get to a pair where they just were maybe a little different than what you were expecting, and just didn't quite seem to match up for whatever reason.
Bergerud just went through the nose again. There's a good one for Kira. And the match not quite over yet. Still got to throw the shots. Josh Weems. And Josh, the last two, not up to his quality. He's leaving some makeable spares. He's still got plenty of time. Well, actually, not really. It's the 7th frame. Things happen in an instant. You know, as we mentioned, the big day from Lucas Hersrud. A lot of factors. We're now into kind of the second iteration of, you know, what will be on this pattern, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so you're really deeper into the block,
Yep,
theoretically.
yep.
And
Yeah.
maybe seeing something that, you know, he didn't see early.
Yeah, in theory, your game 6.5, 7, based on, you know, kind of traffic with practice and everything else. You know, it's kind of that, like you say, that second transition is what they're starting to see now.
Big shot there, Hersrud. That's a big shot there in the 6th frame. He's going to need a little bit of help though from Dawson. You know, the way Dawson is throwing a little bit, I think he's got, you know, his feel back. Able to kind of get through that match against even Caruso.
Ooh, folded out.
And that right there, that's how you know you're getting close to $1,000 scholarship right there.
That's being good to it at the bottom, right? We've seen Dawson struggle just a little bit on this right lane. See if he can kind of make the adjustment and get it through the fronts. And
see Swanson first. And he is through the nose. Leaves something makeable though, 3-6. He was on a double.
Oh.
Boy, that's a break.
Big break. That went from an adjustment from the 3-6-10 to the big 4 that all went away.
Good break there for Kira Maxim. She's just trying to build a little bit of momentum. And all of a sudden, hey, you never know. You know, 1 is 2, 2 is 3.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes all it takes is one unexpected, you know, error from your opponent. 11-pin match between, I'm sorry. Oh, it's more now.
Oh.
That is 2 quality breaks for Dawson Peterson.
That's tough right there for Kira. That ball is literally 1 more right, and that's probably 10 back. I mean, she's really close, and the misses are unfortunately max penalty. Big shot by Joss there.
Prior to that shot, I was looking at to say 31 pin, the advantage for Dawson.
Oh,
how about that?
Good conversion right there. Nice shot.
Did catch that on the right of your screen. Hersrud through the nose. Boy, it's interesting how Lucas Hersrud shot 3 games today of 270 or better. And he may lose to a 270 game.
We talked about the blessing and the curse of being the #1 seed, and we're kind of seeing that play out here now. The players who have been on the pairs are a little more in tune, and it got going a little quicker.
So similar situation here. Boy, how big was that? If Vaquero strikes in the 7th there, I mean, again, all it takes is one unexpected thing. However, she makes the spare. Quickly to Swanson. Max score for Weems is 216. Oof, and not the easiest sport. Something you don't like to shoot late still. 245. Hers rude. Gets one to go in the 8th.
Any 2-pin combination on this stuff is hard.
It's a good one.
Brooke.
While Peterson continuing to strike. He still controls his own destiny, though. That's Anthony Swanson. However, the situation is a bit harder now. He needs a double chip. Show you the next shot.
Oh, good shot by Dawson over there, too, on 11 and 12 off screen.
And that's going to do it.
The winner.
Peterson. It was those two battling for the top seed.
Well, and they were the class of the field, too.
Needs it. Swanson kicks the 10 out. And now just 7. Needs just 7. And now I say that lightly.
Most importantly, don't give Joss an opening. He's a game or 2.
7 to win. 6 a potential tie. For the shutout and the victory. 7
That's
is enough.
That's enough.
That is enough. Anthony Swanson wins the U15 boys title.
And I tell you what, Joss is all smiles. Joss is all smiles. He just finished 2nd to one of his good buddies. And he is as excited for Anthony as Anthony is for him.
And, and that's Joss.
It is. It's awesome. It's so cool to see. I tell you what, Lucas is a little disappointed over here, but he had a tremendous weekend. Nothing to be ashamed of. Brooke is on cruise control here in the middle.
See Joss off the left of your screen. He shoots 205, 217 to 205. Swanson over Weems, the two good friends there. Brooke Salzman. If you haven't seen Brooke before this weekend, boy, I know you walked away impressed as I did. I think I had minimal, watching prior to this weekend, and obviously got a chance to just kind of hone in on players throughout. And Brooke is the deal. He saved his best for last. That might have been his best shot of the day.
That was really good, really good. So yeah, all these winners, $1,000, big championship belt during the awards presentation. TV and Emil being here. Tell you what, for a first, gosh sakes, great bowling.
Another one down for Dawson. 209 for Brooke Salzman. Maxim coming up.
Dawson the conditions were super challenging. I mean, it was a tremendous weekend for all. Good taste in their mouths too, I would hope.
If you missed anything, which I know many of you probably did, unfortunately, again, that's probably the worst part of what I do. Sometimes it's just not in my control in that aspect. So we will do our best, obviously, to check on that, obviously, next year. But however, I will take a look at, did record everything locally, so I might just kind of cut the finals in half, so to speak, and upload that, which would be kind of without issue, if that makes sense. So I'll get with the staff on that part to better serve you, the viewer. Having said all of that, just to recap, Anthony Swanson, the U15 boys champion, he wins $1,000 scholarship, courtesy of the Midwest Youth Main Event and the Youth Bowling Scholarship Foundation, Roto Grip, High Five Gear, Experience Waterloo, and of course Brandon Steen and Guaranteed Rate. In our U18 girls match, Brooke Salzman, Junior Team USA member, the number 2 seed, she handles business. And finally, in U18 boys, big 275 from Dawson Peterson gets it done over top seed Lucas Hersrud to win the $1,000 scholarship.
Where do we need the backdrop? 9 and 10.
So, but we'll have the awards presentations. Well, Matthew,
there's a couple of folks on staff that have it on screen right now that haven't gotten a lot of pub. Josh Steer, the gentleman, and Ann Britson with her back to you. She, those two have done a tremendous amount of work on this event to help us out and really make sure this thing runs smooth like we wanted it to. A lot of backroom action to make sure that this event went off like it was supposed to. Brandon is definitely the face of our organization, so to speak, at this point, but kudos to him and to Angie Erickson, Lindsay Smedley, to really make sure that these events, the weekend ran like it was supposed to. Just again to thank our sponsors. We have Roto Grip, High Five Gear, Experience Waterloo, the staffs here at Maple Lanes and Cadillac XBC across town where we were yesterday. Tons of renovations to Cadillac over the week. Coming into the weekend, so thankfully they were ready to go thanks to all their efforts. We had the OP on Ridgeway Avenue. Andy Belo helped us out. Hampton Inn in Cedar Falls. Ben Trueg, the GM over there, was kind enough to gift us with some rooms and give us some nice rates for people to have a nice place to stay this weekend. So all in all, a very successful event for us.
there's always a hiccup or two. Things don't go perfect. Nothing does, certainly. But I feel like you got about as perfect as you can get in your first time out.
Appreciate that. Like I say, it wasn't for lack of effort and desire. Desire can sometimes hide some flaws. So we tried to work hard and put a lot of time and invested for these kids. I mean that they deserve professional style events to compete in at a professional type level, and hopefully we were able to provide that for them this weekend.
Awards presentation coming up next. Championship belts, $1,000 checks.
So I'll be curious to ask Anthony when he gets up for that double, does he want the $1,000 or does he want that belt? I'm curious to talk to him when we're done. Which is more prevalent to him at that point? Is it winning in that belt, or is it that check that's going to come with it? And here's another cool thing. So we have checks for I call it a Happy Gilmore check, but we get big checks. Everybody's going home with a big check.
Nice.
The winners are going home with big checks. That's pretty cool too. We had a decent little crowd hanging around and watch this afternoon too. I appreciate everybody hanging around to watch and check out our finals. Once Emil gets this archived and uploaded, I hope everybody goes back and rewatches some of the action. There was a lot of good action all weekend long, and like I say, appreciate the professionalism of Bullstream TV to produce that in a fashion to the best of their abilities, minus the technical issues potentially here that aren't in your control, Emil, a real quality product. We sure appreciate that.
Appreciate it. I will, you know, those are the things that kind of burn me up, if you will. So, and it just hurts and it's no one's fault. It just hurts the viewing experience. And so, but that's part of live streaming, unfortunately. That's the worst part of live streaming. Is sometimes, you know, it just doesn't cooperate like we want it to, but it will not make me not return to Maple Lanes. That's for sure. Maple Lanes is one of the best bowling centers I've ever been in, and I really mean that.
Well, I don't know if you mentioned it at all on the stream today. This center was a victim of an arson back in 2020, and to have proprietors rebuild a center on the same spot, people just don't build new bowling centers anymore. It just there's fewer and fewer of them, and to have a facility like this in our community is amazing.
You need to.
I think it's time for me to go announce some awards. So I'm gonna go announce some awards and bail out. Emil, appreciate the help.
Thank you.
Thanks for everybody hanging around for our stepladder finals. Really great bowling by everybody all weekend, but the finals were a lot of fun to watch. Super exciting. So great bowling competitors in the finals. So we're going to start with the ladies. Our fourth place finisher, Abigail Starkey, awarded a scholarship of $275. Our third place finisher today in the ladies division, Rachel Moore. Our runner-up for the ladies today, Kira Magzum. Kira being the high qualifier also receives a $100 bonus along with a scholarship of $525 today. And our first ever Midwest Youth main event girls champion, winning a custom high five jersey, a $1,000 scholarship, and a championship belt, Brooke Saltzman.
tell you, that is really cool.
Ladies, are you getting lined up for your photos? Thank you so much for coming to choose you to go your weekend with us. We really appreciate everybody coming out. Congratulations on an excellent weekend. Thank you very much.
All right, 1 through 4, Brooke Salzman, Kira Maxim, Rachel Moore, and Abigail Starkey. Again, there's the champion. One more photo with the check. She wins a $1,000 scholarship. As Matthew said, the big check. I'm a big fan of big checks. Brooke trying to figure out, like, okay, how am I going to carry all this?
Fourth place finisher for the scholarship of $250, Will Hudson.
U15 boys, Will Hudson. Really nice tournament for Will. Went through some adversity. Had a low game of 91 and found a way to shoot 210. And not today. He had the 91 yesterday. I think it was on the short pattern. So early in the tournament. But he found a way to get to the top 4. He shot 210 in his final game this afternoon on the medium pattern here. He's sneaking to the top 4. Micah Jensen, I do think, and it looked like he really had the best ball reaction early and had a late split. And that was enough for Anthony Swanson to do what he had to do in the 10th frame. And Swanson performed well in both of his 10th frames to win the championship.
Along with second place and runner-up earning $500 scholarship, Josh Weems.
Joss was the high qualifier in U15 boys through 15 games. But he finished his second overall in the tournament.
U15 boys champion, winning a custom high-five jersey, $1,000 and a championship belt.
So $1,000 scholarship, custom high-five champions jersey, and of course, championship belt, Anthony Swanson. U15 boys champion.
Last but not least, our U18 boys division. Finishing in 4th place, earning a scholarship of $500, Zach Andreessen.
I hope these big techs, now the players know, and the parents, which they I'm sure travel with no space and all of the bowling balls, et cetera, and so forth, that they have the ability to enough space to get that check in the car. All right, 4th is Zach Andreessen, and again, Zach was outside of the top 4 with 1 game to go. He had a really good battle with Ethan Caruso and Landon Jordan late.
U18 boys high qualifier, earning a $100 bonus scholarship, along with runner-up for $700, Lucas Persrud.
Lucas Hersrud, that's a tough luck right there. He bowled exceptionally well all weekend. I mean, he dominated today on the medium pattern, went 13-11 for 5, and unfortunately fell short in the title match.
Midwest Youth main event champion, winner of a high five custom jersey, $1,000 scholarship, and a championship belt, Dawson Peterson.
Dawson Peterson, 275 in the championship match after what could have been a near loss in the semifinals to Ethan Caruso. All right, there'll be one more photo with Dawson and his check. And that's going to do it, folks. I really do. Oh, wait.
Remember from the beginning of the weekend, we had tried super hard to fill our U15 girls division.
Oh, right. U15 girls.
So we still wanted to make sure we showed a commitment to that division. So we are awarding a $225 scholarship and a championship belt to high U15 qualifier Emily Kringle.
Nice job by Emily Kringle. And that's a stand-up move by the YBSF here. They originally had plans for a U15 girls division, but it did not fill. They only had 4 entrants, and they committed to the division and said if either U15 girl does not advance to the finals, they would earn a scholarship as well as a championship belt, and that's exactly what is being presented in front of us now. But folks, I do appreciate you hanging tough. Thank you throughout the brief connectivity difficulties, which happen to happen obviously at the worst possible time, and sometimes that does happen. So I thank you for hanging with us. Here's the final champions photo with their belts. Got some local media in attendance too, which is really cool, especially for what looks to be a fantastic youth event moving forward.
Other events we'll be running, and we'll definitely be running another one of these sometime next year. So keep an eye on the Facebook page and stay up to date. Safe travels, everybody. Thank you.
And there you see it. From left to right, Emily Kringle was the high U15 girl. Gets herself a championship belt. U18 girls champion, Brooke Salzman. U15 boys champion, Anthony Swanson. Dawson Peterson to the right, the U18 boys champion. And with that, folks, I think that is going to do it for us. I want to thank the entire staff here, of the YBSF and of the Midwest Youth Event, or Youth Main Event staff, Brandon Steen, of course, in guaranteed rate, and Josh, Matthew, Angie, Chelsea, Kayla, and everyone who played any kind of role in creating this tournament. Both Brandon and Matthew spoke about how this came about and some of the things that they do with their youth programs here locally, and they do some fantastic work. So hopefully you all will continue to support them. They're doing some really, really cool stuff. Big thanks to the proprietors, Rich, Kathy, and everyone involved with both Maple Lanes and Cadillac Lanes, the GMs, the staffs at the respective centers. High class all around. I appreciate all of the help that we all received throughout the day, or the last 2 days, I should say. Big thanks to all of our sponsors here at the event. Mentioned Brandon Steed and Guaranteed Rate. Of course, Roto Grip, providing brand new Roto Grip gyms with entries this week. High Five Gear providing champions jerseys as well. Experience Waterloo, of course, Maple Lanes, Cadillac Lanes, and all of the parents, spectators, athletes, and everyone involved. Until next time, we say so long for now from Waterloo, Iowa, and Maple Lanes. Again, shout out to Cadillac Lanes. This has been a presentation of the inaugural 2022 Midwest Youth Main Event. Your champions again, Brooke Salzman, U18 girls. Dawson Peterson, U18 boys. Minnesota came rolling in, and they're taking home some titles. U15 girls. Emily Kringle gets a championship belt as the high U15 girl finisher. And, of course, in U15 boys, Anthony Swanson. And Anthony allowing Micah Jensen to try on the belt and see what that's like. Pretty cool stuff as we leave you with that. My name is Emil Williams Jr. We say thanks. We'll see you soon. Be sure to subscribe to Bowl-Stream TV. We got more live streaming events upcoming for the rest of 2022. Be on the lookout for that, so please subscribe and make sure you got your notifications on. You don't want to miss what we potentially have coming up, especially in December. Perhaps some more incredible youth bowling in the future. Until next time, you guys be safe, be well, and we'll talk to you soon. Take care.